Commission has warned politicians against ignoring its summons, saying defiance could lead to arrest warrants, contempt proceedings, or criminal charges. The warning came as Mukurweini MP John Kagusha appeared before the commission over remarks he allegedly made at a political rally on Nyeri on 1st August. NCAC chairperson Bishop Kefa Omai described the meeting with Kagusha as fruitful, saying the commission would review his submissions before making a determination.
As we move towards elections, I want to appeal to all the political leaders in this country and Kenyans of goodwill. Restrain yourselves from uttering narratives out there which will polarize this nation along ethnic lines and along, what we normally call tribal rhetorics. Let's avoid that.
This comes as Mukurweini MP John Kagusha rejected the English translation of his alleged inflammatory remarks when he appeared before the commission over remarks he made at a political rally in Nyeri. Kagusha and his lawyer Ndengo Anjiru insisted that the legislator's utterances were misinterpreted to fit a particular narrative.
As my learned friend has indicated, that translation may be lost, or that it was actually lost the time before court to even make those interpretations, because the document that you served us, and I happen to be one of those individuals who benefits from that language, is not what is presented. So we are...
Is that misinterpretation of the words that we said, that we really can't have the bread in the version in which have been misinterpreted? So,
however, NCC chairperson Bishop Omai insisted that Kagusha had not been found guilty and that he'd been summoned to respond to the allegations. Kagusha also condemned his dramatic arrest by detectives 3 weeks ago outside Royal Media Services studios before he was arraigned over alleged offensive conduct conducive to a breach of the peace. In other news, DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua has reiterated that President William Ruto can only be defeated in the 2027 general elections if opposition leaders unite behind a single presidential candidate. In a statement, Gachagua said he has consulted various groups that have urged him to lead the opposition in the presidential race, but he is ready to support any candidate who is chosen.
The United Alternative Government must identify one presidential candidate to face William Ruto in the next general election. Kenyans have made it very clear that we cannot gamble or take any risk that might bring William Ruto back. Kenyans are persuaded that we must do whatever it takes, including sacrificing our own personal political ambition, to identify one single presidential candidate. This is the only way to set this brutal regime home. One way and one round on 10th August 2027.
Gachagua also claimed he had insider information about an alleged plan involving President William Ruto, mining CS Ali Hassan Joho, and an IBC deputy chairperson to rig the 2027 election.
Kuna kitu ingine wanataka kufanya hapo kwa IBC wakiwa na Joho na vice chairman wa IBC. Ecosystem wanataka kulete ya kuiba uchaguzi ambaye ni details imebaki tu kidogo. Unajua sitakagi kusema kitu kabla sijapata yenyewe sawa sawa. So imebaki kidogo. Ninaomba Mungu by kesho kabla sijaondoka nikuwe nimepata. Ndio tuambie wa Kenya. Na unajua mimi si mtu ati anapewa information naenda kunegotiate na rais na serikali.
And the Union of Kenya Civil Servants has called for a permanent payroll management system to prevent salary delays affecting county government workers, particularly in Nairobi. The union said employers should not suffer due to budget disputes or administrative failures, noting that delayed salaries affect workers' ability to meet basic obligations. The union has proposed a protected monthly wage bill, a predictable salary payment calendar, and an early warning system for cash flow problems. The union's demands comes after several counties, including Nairobi, Turkana, Baringo, and Siaya, reported salary delays. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Timbur.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu. Broadcasting worldwide, SpiceFM. Online, mobile, and on radio. Facebook at SpiceFM KE.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we may find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Parliament has got powers. Let me break it down. The National Assembly can initiate an impeachment of the president.
This same National Assembly.
Yes. That's our constitution.
Because this is just a continuation of the previous administration, which Ruto was part of. President Uhuru himself openly said that we're losing 2 billion daily. Daily. I mean, come on. Are you saying that we don't have a central bank?
If we look at Kenya, both public-private sector, that figure is ranging between 30 to 40%, right?
I think it's clear that the government of Kenya is living beyond its means.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Baba should disown these experts and say they went there on the, because he keep on telling us that these experts just you came from Dubai and you found them there already at State House looking for jobs.
Government has to has to introduce austerity measures. It's something that this government and the previous ones have not been able to do in this country. We've talked about it so many times.
And really, I think you have seen the modus operandi of William Samoei Ruto since he came in. It's just showbiz.
This is the Situation Room. The only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Hello.
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 How are you?
Fiti, how are you?
Salama?
Nashukuru. All things considered, I'm okay. Hey, kids are going to school.
Where? So did you tell me?
Yeah. Barabara leos me ja sana.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so my dereva ponje, please just be careful as you take your kids back to school. You're never in a hurry. Just be careful.
But just don't be stupid. Where?
Yeah.
Did I tell you?
Tell me.
On Sunday. I forgot to tell you yesterday. On Sunday.
Yeah.
I saw the most terrible accident happen before my eyes.
What happened?
Guy on a motorcycle just crossed the road as they normally do, expecting that anybody else will see them. And they were mashed like potatoes by a truck. It was traumatizing.
Yeah.
As in an instant, an individual was fully bodied, and in mere seconds,
they were
a leg was over here. My son was traumatized. A leg is over here. A brain. This body is nothing.
Yeah.
In a minute, brain.
It's actually happening a lot. It's happening a lot, especially at the junctions, at the bends. Yes.
And you know what? While that's going on, another silly man on a motorcycle now is crisscrossing the highway. And I'm like, do you not see death? Do you not see here? Yeah. This is death. This is actually what can happen to you.
The modus operandi is, it is them, not me. I'm still the superstar. Yeah. Naitwanga. What?
No,
hailing up baridi. Yeah,
it was terrible.
Yeah. Anyway, it's okay.
It was. I don't know why I forgot that. Hey, I was trying. Can you tell? Yeah. I think I put it in the back of my memory because I was like, hey.
It's not to repeat, not to remember. Yeah, but if it's such a big problem in the country where you go to Kenyatta and there is a specific ward just for motorcyclists, you know those who
spinal injury. 80% of the cases at the spinal injury units just here in Nairobi are actually. Yeah.
So with that, with you knowing that as a government, what are you doing about it? Because you're spending more taxpayers to treat your people. Yet you have rules, you have regulations that if each and every single person adheres to them, then it lessens the burden within which you treat your people. But voila, here we are.
That's true. So you know how I told you I was watching. I am currently watching a lot of documentaries from around the African continent, and there was one particular one that I was watching yesterday, and a lot of the songs that come out of that was great. So this is the song. Okay. You guys know the song because it probably originated here.
Okay.
But it's a beautiful song. Asira za nini we bwana.
Kabisa.
Asira za nini we bwana. Ataka kuniua.
Wataka kuniua bure baba. Yule si wako nami si wangu, chuki ya nini kati yangu mimi na wewe, nasema sina makosa we baba.
So it was playing through this documentary. I'm still trying to get it together and how the song goes, but actually a very what is it? It's a very relatable song, but nascent to this region. So it was a good song, and I think when I was just trying to look it up and who did it. It was done by Les Wanyika.
Les Wanyika.
You're right. So I mean, that was just he was talking. The message behind the music is often something that we forget. Yeah. Chuki ya nini? What's the hatred? Between you and between us, what is it actually about?
She and yours, she and mine. So why are you fighting?
They were fighting. It was a question over a woman, but can be related to a lot of things. If you go down to the very nitty gritty of it, then what are we actually fighting over? And then, interestingly enough, I guess, the natural algorithm. So then I was going through a lot of things yesterday, and I saw that the vitriol on social media at the moment is really very high. And then somebody posted and they said, well, if you were to actually go to the beginning of the thread, you'll find that somebody made a comment about bread. And somebody didn't like it. That has escalated to this near world war. That really, there's no need for the chuki.
Let me tell you.
And we're actually friends.
I'm on social media, but I can't keep up. I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm there for shorts. I'm there to watch Matt Armstrong building his cars. Some guy in the US building his house. That's what I do on social media. Most of the time, I'm either reading, or just doing research here and there. That's all my issue.
I know. I just think that we get so angry over things that perhaps are not necessary.
There's a saying
this song by Les was just like, wow, it's true.
There's this phrase you keep on referring to. If it will not make sense in the next 5 years or in the next 5 minutes,
don't spend 5 minutes thinking about it.
Yep.
Or being upset.
Drop it like a hot potato.
Yep. Yeah. So that's where we are. Good morning, everybody. Hasira Zanini.
Zanini.
Hasira Zanini. That's what we're asking. Morning at 6:15. Yeah. Good morning and karibu sana. This is the Situation Room, and Dennis Aseto is here. He's fine.
Niko fiti.
Kabisa. And it's the 25th of August. 5th. Ofu, Abwa, Ato, Ise, Asato.
Okay.
As me? I swear. That's okay.
As me.
He says 4, Asato is 5.
As me.
Okay. So I've increased the numbers for you.
Yeah.
By the time we get to your birthday like this, you should be able to say a phrase to me in Igbo.
Don't worry.
Abi?
I've
already taught you a few things.
Yes.
Isn't it? How do you say good morning in Igbo?
Akwaba.
Mba. That is, hey, you're even in another country. That is welcome in Ghana.
How do you say good morning, actually? Ututuoma. Okay, ututuoma.
Remember I told you ma is a good thing. So every time you want to think ma is good. So always good morning. Ututuoma. Okay. We have agreed by Christmas.
We've agreed.
You'll be able to say one
at least
line.
2 things I can't forget: Ututuoma and Aseto.
Aseto.
Yeah, Aseto.
At least remember that one.
Those 2. Yeah.
All right. Good. So let's tell you what we'll be talking about today. Marion is very happy today. She doesn't know why she's in such a good mood, but we'll take it. And she's ready to face the day, all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. And I saw Sweetie, I want to call you Sweetie, but we'll go with Skitty. Good morning. And Mutanu is somewhere hiding, lurking in the shadows. And Joyby is here. So all the ladies getting the Situation Room going this morning, karibuni sana, and thank you for what you do every day. We don't ever take that for granted. Karibu sana. And everybody who's trickling into the room today, our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook, and on X. And our audience on KTN is here. Let's get into the conversation for today. I know that political temperatures are hotting up. It's fever pitch already, and we're not even in the last quarter of a year before a general election. But with all of that, you can actually keep sane. You can, I promise. Let's talk about a number of things today because it's necessary that we do. We're going to start things off with our 7 o'clock conversation, which is going to center around what's around the state of the nation and the 2027 political strategy. We're going to look at that to be able to have, so what does it look like? Yesterday, former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua said he has gone around the country. He's been in sequester for the last 55 days. And out of this sequestering himself, it has come to his realization that he could actually be the one that saved this country. And Kenyans have told him they want him to do that. Sawa?
Yes.
All right. Now, we're going to be looking at that and other things in our conversation with Dr. Nduh, who is a government affairs and public policy expert, with Bosco Kira, who is a political analyst, and look at what the state of the nation is and the strategy 2027. That is what we're going to talk about. Yesterday, were you guys feeling a little bit confused? When you know that there's a target and that's the bullseye and that's what we're heading for. But then, unfortunately, as you draw up your bow and you point it at the target, suddenly there are very many targets. Like, which one is the bullseye? Is it here? Is it here? Is it here? Is it here?
Or is it water imbibed? No, I can't see well.
That's kind of what it feels like coming from the united opposition at the moment. We're not really sure what's going on. So maybe, to help us get an understanding of exactly what is going on, Dr. Mukhisa Kituyi, who's a spokesperson and head of the Secretariat of the United Opposition, will be here at 8 o'clock. And he can explain to us what exactly is going on. So when you say it is me, but if it's not me, it can be Dennis. Or if it's not Dennis, it can be somebody else. Whom exactly do you want Kenyans to set their sights on? And can we reduce this confusion? Just kidogo too. We'll have a conversation with him at 8 o'clock. Dr. Mukhisa Kituyi will join us then. All right. Kids are going back to school. They started the journey yesterday. Some are going back today, and we'll have some going back tomorrow. And by the end of the week, everybody will be in school. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. While that's happening, university students are also reporting to the first semester of the year 2026. So they're also going to school. A lot of things are happening, and there are many balls up in the air, and everybody's asking, So now, right. Interestingly enough, yesterday, not yesterday, but the day before, Papa Aroma said that, Sisi, tunapeana mabaruas at TSC. Uko State House. So now I wonder, excuse me?
Shika. Nduh barua. Shika, TSC, relax there at the corner.
Teacher Service Commission.
They're not servicing anything.
You just be there like flower girls. We'll do the rest.
We'll do the rest.
Okay, now, the state of senior school education is what we're looking at. Don't for a moment think that this ecosystem does not include teachers. Hello?
Hello.
It does.
Yes.
And you see now how things are being done, whereby letters are being given everywhere and anybody. Can you imagine the frustrated teacher? The frustrated teacher, the favored teacher, the teacher who is just trying to get all of them teach your children. Hello.
Yep.
All of those teachers teach your children. The ones who get the letters from State House and the ones who don't, all teach your kids. Now,
are you surprised
that they all teach your children?
No, that a senior school student is unable to comprehend grade 3.
I will be honest with you that I am surprised.
Oh,
I am. And I say this because I am surprised that I'm surprised. That's the surprise. That's the kind of surprise that is surprising me. Yes. Shabi, you understand?
Yeah, I understand.
Right. I'm surprised that I'm actually surprised that all the ingredients for baking a cake were put into the pan. So that is what is going to come out. So, Nduh, why are you met with surprise? Do you understand?
Yes.
That's where I am this morning. So we're going to be having a state of the senior school education conversation. Is senior school system unjust by design? Is it? Let's talk with Miss Claudia Lagat, who is the Assistant Program Officer, the Policy Engagement with the Usawa Agenda. They are the ones who have these numbers. And they're going to tell us this research that you did, why are you trying to rage bait us and tell us now on top of all our problems, then bado at ways is Oma. Not that we can't, but we are unable. Why? Why would you want to do that? So come and tell us where you got that information from. Hesbon Otieno Agola is the Deputy Secretary General of the Kenya National Union of Teachers. Munajua kweli barua inapana State House. And how do you feel about that?
Yeah.
All right. So that's the conversation that we'll have at 9 o'clock. So we're going to go and look into the road to 2027. We're going to try and understand what's going on with the United Opposition. And then we're going to have a conversation about education. We're going to look at senior school. But senior school comes from junior school and it goes to university. So it's all in the ecosystem. So these conversations will flow. Sawa.
Yes.
Up on your tuko. Take us to where I ate couscous that I didn't like.
Morocco. Couscous you didn't like. You can as well have tagine or their mint tea.
That I had and it's delicious.
Yeah.
I had a lamb tagine. It was
lamb tagine. Yes. They also have harira, which is the traditional soup. So you see, like, but then what is known was it Kenyam choma. So if you go there and you ask for harira is the traditional soup. But you talk about the tourism and the colorful markets. The souks in Morocco is just to die for. Plus, they have this mosque that is next to the ocean, right? And it looks so beautiful. I saw this man visiting it and just looking at the architecture. You gotta love it. Let's go to the proverb. I pointed out to you the stars, and all you saw was the tip of my finger. I pointed out to you the stars, and all you saw was the tip of my finger.
Focus. Eye on the prize. Eye on the ball. As in, you don't you look at where you're going as opposed. I'm showing you the way, but it's the way I'm showing you, not me. Focus. That this is where we're actually going. Focus. I guess it's a point for all of us at this point. But you focus, come on. That if you actually see this is where you could actually be, as opposed to looking at just the method or the madness. But if you actually focus on the end where you're supposed to be going, then you might get somewhere. Don't focus. Don't pay attention to all these.
You know, if I'm gonna bring it to a situation. If different parties have told you that it's looking bad, Adan Foundation is telling you where I'm pointing to is bad, but you still relax and say, wewe uliambiwa huko kutakuwa na goons, mbona ulienda sungeka kwa nyumba? You're missing the point. You're missing the point. When professionals tell you this education thing, funding model iko na shida, please listen and fix it, because where you're headed, like you've said, it's an ecosystem. So if junior school is not sorted, senior school is affected, university is affected.
100%.
At the end of the day, the end product, that graduate, how does he then come back? How do they come back to the market and make sense?
And you want to go somewhere in 60 years? 30 years. There's a place in our hearts, and I know that it is love. Let's go there. There's a place you want to go, but you need to focus.
Kapsa.
And if you're not focusing on the details, then it's going to be very difficult. Don't look at my finger. Fantastic one. So you're in the room. Let's take a minute or 5 to say hello to you today, and let's get into it. Good morning from Mombasa, says Robert Mbogo. Good morning to you. Don Sabwa says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto.
Good morning.
You know, my cheeks are big. I know I still have like baby cheeks, whatever. But I keep biting my cheeks the last couple of days. What's going on?
I don't know.
Anyway.
After show to find out.
Sheesh. Good morning, Nduh and Aseto. Bon Aseto.
Yes.
Did the World Bank just ban Webmasters Limited and its CEO for 5 years from its projects?
Yes.
Are they a fraud or accomplice internationally?
Well, they said that the money that were given never did the project. So based on that, fraud.
So the World Bank says, no, we don't want to play with you in the
for 5
playground.
years.
Go over there.
So what does that mean after 5 years? Are they clean? Are they good to go?
You imagine Marion Jones, one of the most greatest athletes on the planet, ran the 100 meters and the 200 meters. She ran the 400 in some cases, ran the 4x4 and the 4x100 meters. She doped. She did. She lied about it. She colluded with her manager, husband, stroke, shot put athlete.
Yes.
And then she was actually incarcerated for some time over this. After her incarceration and the doping and all of that came to an end, she came back to the track. Was it ever the same again?
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Yes. Meanwhile, as to the problems and all the evidence that we still have, we're even asking who owns that system.
You say you can never resign. Yeah. So you say that after 5 years, can he come back and still operate properly? Marion Jones.
Yeah.
Think about that. Kiaria Peter says, good morning from Mombasa. Your body will last longer than any job, handbag, car, or material item. Invest in your health more than anything else.
Amen.
Whoa, low.
Yes.
Peter Kiaria, there you are spilling the wisdom this morning. Yikes. Yeah, invest in your health. All these other things that we're chasing after. Another bottle of perfume. Not necessary.
But that guy is investing in a helmet. Important.
Kisa Daniel says, good morning, tuning from Attack in Uganda. Dan Stilangat says, good morning, it's your baby. Hey, it's been a minute since you called me that. Good morning to you, Dan Still, and Aseto.
Good morning.
Yeah, I una pet name
ina pressure.
from
Nangoja Jennifer Okochin.
Kwenda huko. Kip Kellion in Kericho County is listening. Spice the day for me. Tuko hapa. Cliff Sunday says, good morning, Team Spice. Just a question that I'm pondering. Okay, ponder away. Are Kenyans learning every day why we need better people in public service?
I hope so.
Well, one can only hope.
Yeah.
Bob Akoko says, good morning, Nduh and Dennis, listening all the way from Kendo Bay, Karachonyo. How often do we act religious in public and act very ruthless in private?
Always.
Yes. It is in the closet that you get to know a man or a woman.
Yeah. Yeah.
When nobody's watching.
When they are under the influence, because then they speak the truth.
Very true. Good morning, TSR, says Isakale. The coffee is strong. Mine is. The tea is flowing and the political pot is already bubbling. We've got salt, ginger, turmeric, chili, and somehow every politician thinks they are the main ingredient.
Yeah.
Yes. Meanwhile, we have the spice. Right. Good morning, says Christina. Good morning to you. Alex Gyokomwai says, good morning, Nduh. And I said, remove the H. I beg you in the name of God, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
Remove the H. Remove the H. Okay? Please. Thank you, though. County 026 is tuned in loud and clear. You Nigani, Sasa?
I think that is Trans Nzoia.
This year, Trans Nzoia will not be the country's food basket. Nikunoma Shambani, I hear it's not good. Hey, James says, and you know what? Do you know how many people I did not realize at the beginning of the school year, they're counting on the maize. They sell their maize to then be able to pay school fees for the year. And so they're getting to that time where they need to, this is the time where they are really hoping that the rains come, the crop is good, because they are banking on it for January. I didn't realize just how many people.
I saw some parents actually bring maize in exchange for school fees.
Yeah.
In school.
It's a thing.
So it's a thing, yeah.
It is. Hey, may God have mercy. And, favor will just be on those who are counting on this. And thanks for bringing that to our attention, Alex. James says, hello, thanks to our speaker, we can now understand the 100K teachers and the 2 million new jobs. Maths is now adding up. Cindy, Rose Gray says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto, tuned in from Menara. Kumbe, ile kitu ya TSC letters to MPs was not a rumor, as had been confirmed by Papa Waroma, Waweru, Kenya. Blessings, dear ones. Thank you so much, Rose. Good morning. No, it's not a rumor.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. There is no smoke without fire. Where there is smoke, there is fire. Or there was fire. Or there will be fire. I'm telling you. Pick it. Which one do you want? Edwin says, good morning, Nduh and Mr. President himself, Aseto.
I told you it would come.
Hey, you're going to be the president.
El Presidente. Yeah, me too. Nimejitupa ulingoni.
Tell Aseto that I'm waiting for him right here in Villaggio Auto Spa Grill. We are waiting for the lined up conversations.
Yeah.
Karibu sana. Wanda says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto from Toronto. I'm recovering from a wisdom tooth extraction. My sister, that thing is not a small wahala. It's crazy. Question. I hope you feel better.
Yeah.
Now, as an outsider, I've always wanted to ask you too, what do you think the best thing is about Kenya? Who is the outsider here? You, Wanda, and me.
Okay.
So you know Aseto is the Kenyan.
The best thing about Kenya is its people. Resilient. You know, that's what I would say.
Okay.
Because it's the people who make Kenya.
Okay. Sawa. So Aseto has answered you. Sunday Wanda. All right.
It's people.
Pan-African Kenyan says, good morning, tuned in from Nairobi. Vintage Oak says, hi, Nduh. Hi, Dennis. Hi, all. Set for the show. Hi.
Welcome.
Eric Owora says, good morning, guys. Edwin says, did you know that you can vote for the TSC number? Kenya inawezekana. State House, mtatuonyesha mambo. So bad for Kenyans. Impunity will never end. Yeah, imagine you can pay for it even. You can pay for a TSC number. Can you imagine that? I'm actually saying those words with my mouth. Mark Mwangi says, good morning, Spice family. We are all going to fix Kenya one conversation at a time. Atuhami. All right. Atuhami. Nduh and Aseto, thank you. I'm glad we have all rejected violence. Kabisa. It has no place.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter where you are. Brian Rono says, top of the morning, I like the Hasira Zanini Kasongo rendition better. There's one like that. I'm going to go and find it today. I shall go and look for it. Kimiak says, nothing good will come out of the Kenya Kwanzaa administration.
Good morning, Kimiak.
Today he said he's not even going to say hi to us. Today you're angry.
Good morning. I hope you're enjoying your run.
Yeah, Christina is telling James that she hopes he knows that what?
Those new teachers aren't performing. They got the job through Maheshimiwa.
Okay, well.
Liliweka hapa na mutu.
And those ones were not performing. So, no. Right. Okay. Okay. Eric Yoga says, hello, Wangwana. I'm back from holiday. I'm now back to school. Now that the State House has taken over TSC mandate, should we still have teachers all registering with the TSC or State House? That's a good question.
Yeah.
Dan Steele says, color teal again, royal teal. Yeah, I didn't realize I have so much teal, but okay. This is maybe a deeper one, but yes, imagine. Thank you so much. Collins Juma says, good morning, Team Spice. Maendeleo hii kitu tuona is not a must. You interrupt our event program kila wakati.
Okay.
What?
Tuaona tu is not a must. You interrupt our event program. Okay, sawa.
That's okay.
Good.
Sawa. Marion says, good morning, Team Spice, watching from Portland in Oregon. Who's the new boss of the TSC? We'll tell you just a minute. Mark Mwangi believes that my Kiswahili is on point.
Yeah.
Where is our porridge? Woo!
Thank you, Mark.
What's the name of the porridge, first of all? Do you remember? You see now. Which kind of student are you?
Nyoka.
You bure kabisa.
I just told you what I do.
Akamu.
Akamu. Oh, okay, now I can relate it with something. You know the way you can relate some words with what it is, you know? So kamua, akamu. For me, it's easier to remember it like that.
Akamu.
Akamu.
In fact,
Kamua,
the
akamu.
process of making akamu rather, there's a point you actually kamua something.
See?
Well done.
Yeah.
You would think that you were a student of linguistics. Well done, well done. Jose Mahinda says, good morning. How are you doing, my friends? Long time. Hey, Jose, where have you been? But karibu sana. You always have a place here. Tibbs Muge says, good morning, SpiceFM team. Earth oceans just hit the highest recorded temperature, 21.1 degrees Celsius. Crazy. I've averaged this year. European Union's Copernicus Climate Change Service, more tree planting, please.
15 billion in Kenya.
By the way, how far those 15 billion trees?
Let me tell you, fun fact. Now, one of the researchers told me that we are planting trees where they should not be. So each and every single microclimate that we have in the country has specific trees or specific vegetation that does best in those areas. So all we're doing is we're going for these trees, just plant it for the sake of planted trees. Yet we know very well, hata wiki moja haitaka.
Oh, come on. But I thought that was like basic knowledge that depending on where you're planting the tree, you need to take the seedling that...
You said basic and more. Okay. But it's not basic.
Clearly not.
Yeah.
Okay. Simon Kibiru says, good morning, people of goodwill. Tuned in from Mombasa. Another Tuesday full of hope despite everything. Tunangoja chai moto na inakuja. Wakama says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto. It is what it is. Tutadu, tutaomba. Somebody should wake up Mutuflani, says Mark Mwangi. We see you. Fiery Red says, good morning, Nduh and Aseto. Good morning, everyone. Nduh, umeamua hii wiki ni shades of green. Iko tu sawa. Asante sana. Wanda says, also, every situation room needs to start the show not with a prayer but with a song from the host. It soothes our spirits and gives us a feel-good start of the day. Sawa, we'll start tomorrow. Boangi Chuma says, hi people, hi Spice. Let people have their choice. It cannot be that you're not supporting him when he labels you planless, agendaless, and even brainless. Oi. Okay.
Yeah.
Sawa. Thank you, Mukhisa. It's a sober. Thank you for Mukhisa. Is a sober mind. Yes, he is. We'll talk with him. Mutuflani says, good morning, all. Nduh, I promise me and Aseto didn't send Mark Mwangi to talk Uji Manenos. Aseto, send Akamu.
Yeah.
Okay, so mnasalimiana huko na uchi ni sawa. Raskodor says, good morning. Can someone advise Dr. Ruto, Mr. Ruto, that we need real action on the ground instead of holding meetings in Nairobi? Oh, okay. Engineer Julius Opani says, good morning. Joanna Aseto tuned in. Do we know where the goons will be this weekend so that we can cancel our movement? Let's ask the CS.
Yeah.
Since he seems to know.
So you've been warned, where are you going there?
So let him tell us where they are.
So that you can avoid.
He must know where they are by now, or where they will be.
Yeah.
Wairimo Derito says, good morning, my people. Nduh, years ago, my Igbo colleague looked at my bag and went, Ghana must go. Later, when I got it, was the last time I carried that bag to work. Yes, so now Ghana must go. That's how we said, Ghanaians, we're not dealing with you again. Come and be going. The bag that they used to carry all their belongings, till today, we call it Ghana must go.
Which bag?
That's that big bag that you people are now calling Niger bag.
Abuja bag, yeah.
Abuja bag. It's Ghana must go.
Ghana must go.
Ghana must go. My sister is Ghana must go. Wairimo, good morning, my sister. Wanda says the prophet might mean I showed you your potential, but you fell short and really underachieved.
Yes.
Could be. Robert Abusa says, good morning, tuned in. And Isaac Chema is tuning in from Githongori. How is your MP? Nyangi Writer says, good morning, SpiceFM. Excited to start the day with you. Watching you from Eindhoven. A very good morning to you. Beatrice Mwane says, good morning. Ukijuma lips ujue mutu anakusema, they're not my lips, it was my cheeks inside cheeks, right? Nduh could be an overgrown molar. No, it's the cheeks. Nduh, H removed. Well done, good job. Not the teeth, the cheeks. I just have a baby face. Mpelelezi says, good morning. Mnyonge kupata haki ni mwenye nguvu kupenda.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Mnyonge. How do I put it? It's making sense in my head, but I don't know how to say it in English.
Okay. Whoa, Lolo. Okay, very, very fast. Samuel, good morning. Washington, Okechi, good morning. Tuning from Brighton in the United States. Beja is tuned in and said following religiously. And Samuel, we see you. Good morning to you. Okanga Ken also tuned in this morning. And Padmore Obuka says good morning. Tuning from Kisi, Iko Sawa Kabisa. And Washington, we see you. Karibu. Raimtula Omar, thank you so much, everybody, for tuning into the room this morning. Where it's so fun saying hi to you guys. We spend so much time doing it, but it's quite fun.
Yep.
Okay, let's take a look at what's going on in the weather, the traffic, and then we'll come back and look into the headlines. Good morning, everybody. Karibu Nisana. Always lovely to have you here. Let's get into it.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with Spice FM.
15 degrees and partly sunny conditions we'll see in Nairobi this morning. It's 14 and sunny in Nakuru, while Nyeri is partly sunny at 14. We'll see a high of 24. Eldoret at 13 is sunny, and Kisumu is clear at 18. 17 and mostly clear skies in Kakamega this morning, and at 22 it is sunny in Mombasa, with mostly sunny conditions at 24 into Malindi. It's 17 and sunny looking into Marsabit, while at 19 it's clear conditions in Kampala. Dar es Salaam is mostly sunny at 22. 10 degrees and clear in Johannesburg, while it is mostly cloudy at 25 in Lagos. 16 and clear into London, while Beijing at 30 is cloudy, and it's 21 and clear in New York. Coming into Tuesday, we'll see a high of 26 and a low of 18.
Chilled Spice.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. Spice FM.
Spice up your life. Traffic.
All right, so traffic on the Thika Superhighway is really starting to build up right about now, and it's going to take you towards the Pangani underpass as you come off of the Thika Superhighway. But interestingly enough, there's not much more beyond that. There is some traffic coming off of Kangunda Road, then coming in towards Njiru. And then Haile Selassie is an absolute mess. We know that there's still a lot of folks who are looking for those shuttles to try and get to one place or the other. And so there's a lot of traffic in the city as regards that. Coming off of Jago Road, we'll also see some traffic, and we'll probably see from what we're seeing now that it's going to start building coming in from Lusaka Road. Ngong Road is busy but manageable, so it's moving. So that looks okay for now. Let's see what happens as we get into traffic hour. But if you've left, good on you. If you haven't, yeah, you might want to do so now. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, so let's look into it. The headlines today. There are 350 days to the next election. Yep. On the front page of The Standard, Kenya's bold newspaper, inside the conclave. Apparently there was a conclave going on, and maybe Gachagua is the only one who saw white smoke. Okay. DCP leader Rigathi Gachagua has emerged from his 55-day Wamunyoro political conclave with a clear message. He wants to lead the opposition into the 2027 presidential contest to oust President William Ruto. But he's willing to step aside if a stronger candidate emerges. The former deputy president says his nationwide consultations expose deep anger over the economy, education, healthcare, agriculture, taxation, security, and governance. So he's come out of the hermitage and has said, yes, this is what we need. Again, Dr. Mukhisa Kituyi will be here at 8 o'clock to help us understand who is where. Narok teacher wins world record after publishing 20 books in 2026. That's a fantastic thing. True. I have often said that we as Africans, we don't write enough. And that's perhaps because we don't read enough either. And I think this is great that this is happening. I'd love to get one of those to see what it is that he's writing about.
Yeah.
Geologists are probing Rift Valley's lakes' rising waters amid tectonic activity. So the rift is rifting still. And you know that the Rift Valley is just not in Kenya. It comes all the way from here and it goes all the way to southern part of the country and goes actually through Malawi. So the Great Rift Valley is through East and Southern Africa. So it keeps going. So there's some activity there, and they're trying to see if this now contributes to the rising lake waters that we are seeing.
Yes.
Kenya is on alert as El Nino rains could continue into January 2027. It's one to watch.
Yeah.
Over 150,000 first-year students apply for university scholarships. Remember that there are 294,000 first years. Over half of them have applied for university scholarships. And the key figures that we're looking at here, 159,551 first-year students who had completed the portal applications by August 20th. 150,403 applications included a university's fund scholarship, 149,000 scholarship and loan applications, 642 scholarship only. So what does that tell you? That they're saying, let's get the scholarship, but then also apply for the loan. So they don't have the cash to pay now. Applications still going on or incomplete are at 5,732, and 202,133 students placed in public universities for 2026-2027, 608,879 projected scholarship beneficiaries in 2026-2027. 78 billion shillings is the approximate cumulative government scholarships to public university students from 2023 to 2026. 30 billion is the government scholarships allocated. 4.47.9 billion is the scholarships dispersed between 2023 and 2026. Initial allocation to universities released is 2.5 billion, and that was this month. 19.9 billion dispersed in private universities under the differentiated unit cost framework. 270,000 is the number of candidates who attained C+ and above in the 2025 KCSE compared to 62,000 in 2017. 408,000 public university students reached through scholarships, and August 31, 2026, the deadline for students to complete pending HEF applications. Look, when you look at those numbers, I think it is commendable that the scholarships that are being given to these students are actually happening. This money is going. Is it enough? Nowhere near. But is it happening? Yes, it is. So I think that's a good thing. But I still believe that ducks need to be in a row. So those applications that were made to the tune of 150,000, it would be good to see how many of them actually get an adequate funding.
Yeah.
Gachagua ends his 55-day conclave. It's the explainer of that story. That's on the front page of the Standard. No degree requirement to run for elective positions, IEBC has clarified in the person of Commissioner Rose Nderito, Anne Nderito. And she says, as we stand today, there's no requirement for a degree for anybody. We do not have the requirement for a degree anywhere. So, anybody can just, come just... Remember the justification that if you go into the House of Parliament, for example, that you're going to have some kind of knowledge or understanding, comprehension, to allow you look through some of these laws and to make some of these suggestions, that you need to have something. But the IEBC says no degree is necessary.
I don't want to judge anyone, but I'm looking at the complexity there is, especially when it comes to legislation, and what it takes for, say you're coming up with a tax bill. If you can't read well, if you can't comprehend, how are you playing a role in representing your people when it comes to their views being included in that bill?
You're not. I mean, we don't even have to think very far. Can Edwin Sifuna rekindle Kijana Wamalwa's Luya political dream? Well, there we go. That's the story there, and how social media is fueling Kenya's tribal fault lines. What did we just say? I had not even looked at the story. But what did we just say about what's happening in social media? And it's going absolutely crazy. Two mothers caught battles on the case for reproductive justice in terms of who owns the baby. Solomonic wisdom will tell you that, okay, you said this is your baby, he says your baby, let's share the baby. The person who doesn't want the baby to be shared is the one now who owns the child. There seems to be quite some heavy insistence on talking about the Western community and what it would mean. And I think that perhaps is some of the things that's fueling this controversies. 2027 election is months away, but Treasury is already spending for it. Yeah.
Okay.
State refuses to push to cut fuel tax. Rather, state faces renewed push to cut fuel taxes. It's in the Financial Standard today, being Tuesday. Some of the things that we look into, and newspapers and education gives us a mind into what's happening in the sector. All right. The Diamond League enters its home stretch, so we're going into that, and Kenyans focus on Zurich. That's happening this weekend, and so it'll be fun to watch who is coming out in the action. Get yourself a copy of the Standard newspaper today, or you can get the e-paper, www.standardmedia.co.ke. Yes, sir.
Well, there's a story I've just seen before we even leave the Standard. Sony's 40,000-acre auction puts test Ruto's 117 billion shillings write-off pledge.
I beg your pardon?
Yes. 40,000 acres up in auction for Sony Sugar.
They're auctioning their land.
They're auctioning their land because of debt.
But I thought they said the sugar sector has been sorted.
It's doing well. We even gave people, what did you call it? Bonus, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, let's go to the Daily Nation. Salaries crisis hits counties. In there is Control of Budget Margaret Nyakango says 6 counties are yet to submit their budget for 2026-2027 financial year. So affected counties, Bomet, Baringo, Bungoma, Homa Bay, Isiolo, Kitui, Kisii, Kericho, Kwale, Laikipia, Lamu, Meru, Nakuru, Nairobi, Siaya, Tharaka Nithi, Taita Taveta, Tana River, Turkana, Trans Nzoia, Vihiga. Why have I gone through all that? So that you know your county is going through what? A salaries crisis. Now, county employees have not been paid for the past 2 months following a standoff between county government and the Control of Budget Nyakango on budget approvals. So counties have not yet submitted their papers. So Control of Budget anasema until you submit them.
So the problem is not that there's no money, it's because people have not submitted budgets.
Yeah.
So you just do your job.
Yeah, just do your job. Yeah. Gachagua flags dodgy election technology firm. So former Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua alleges the electoral agency has turned to controversial South Korean firm for an election system, sparking a dispute at the procurement board. Okay. Smartmatic was questionable. Now you've gone to South Korean firm that is also questionable. Is it that the market does not have anyone who has done it right?
Excuse me, sir.
India has done something.
You know what we have just said? I'm sorry, but is it just me who is seeing? Can we be very honest?
Yes.
Across board. Rigathi Gachagua came into the presidency using that system that he's now faulting.
Yes.
So is he actually then saying that they were illegitimately voted into office?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what he's saying?
That's exactly what he's saying.
Yes.
Without
because
saying it.
you can't come and tell us, Smartmatic is bad and now so is South Korea. No, you were voted in on that Smartmatic. So even your presidency is illegitimate.
Everybody pretty much was elected is illegitimate. But anyway, that's what he says. That's what he's saying. But now question is, if you look at India, they have their own system that they use. Look at Brazil as well. They have their own systems because they said election is more of a national security issue. We need to fix it. What are we doing? I keep on saying, if we have M-Pesa, trust you me, we can sort out the elections. Just saying. Now, there's a rearrest drama as lawyer faces murder charge in Dr. Mutiso killing. So we saw that yesterday as the ODPP has preferred murder charges against the lawyer. And on the TSC jobs, now unions are outraged after National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula revealed that State House hands teach employment letters to MPs, saying these amounts to an admission that political patronage influences hiring. You know, State House hands teachers employment, squarely talking about the president. So why is the president committing an illegality? He's breaking the law.
I think when these people are outside talking,
They don't
like
think.
Papa Waroma now, I think that morning the batteries, Isaac was in charge.
Because what exactly are you saying about the president?
Just indicted your president for doing things that he's not supposed to be doing. Sasa hata kama ilikuwa siri yenu, now everybody knows the things that you've been doing and now can call you out on it. Simu charge battery usiku, so that when you come out in the morning, you've put the proper batteries in, and then your brain to mouth filter will actually be functioning. Because now you have just told Kenyans about illegalities that are happening. So who's to say what other illegalities are happening, and you people do not know a thing about them?
Yeah. You know, so, but now the onus is on TSC. You know your role, you know your mandate to explain to Kenyans why we have letters being issued at State House. You know, Asamanga Teacher Service Commission. Let us see. Now, workers suffer as salaries crisis hits over 21 counties. That is there. Gachagua raises alarm over IEBC contract has been expounded on page 6. Now, Ruto, my final phone call and dinner with Raila Odinga. So, President William Ruto revealing the last conversation he had with Raila Odinga. And ODM sets out policy demands in partnership with UDA. Orange Party wants zoning, stronger devolution, equitable wealth sharing, and social protection included in the manifesto. Why are we talking about zoning? If you're sure that you're good enough, if you're sure that you will come back based off your track record, why are you afraid of Aseto coming to compete with you?
The only reason you're asking for zoning is because the prior is true.
Yeah.
That you are afraid that you will not be able to make it. So you say, okay, let's zone it so that at least I have a shot.
So that this is an ODM zone. Munataka power. How MPs have stalled law giving IEBC control of poll technology. So we're being told it's members of parliament who have not done what it is they ought to do. So in procuring the technology, the commission shall ensure that the technology is accessible and available for scrutiny by candidates, courts, and such other persons as required under the law. That is according to the Elections Amendment Bill 2024. So members of parliament, what are you doing? IEBC is complaining. Now, refusal to grant access to servers in 2017 election petition was one of the reasons that led to the results nullification. Okay. Now, unions in an uproar over teacher employment letters. Mr. President, what do you do? What do you do? Now, Kindiki calls for greater readiness for El Nino. Now, Deputy President says 18 counties and major cities face increased flood risks due to above normal October-December rains. You know, one thing that would be happening right now is there ought to be civic education and also public service announcements in the areas that have been highlighted to be yet to be highly affected by El Nino, to prepare people of voters to come, the areas where they would go. In case of an emergency, this will be the holding area. These are the individuals you need to call. You know, like let's see boots on ground preparing Mwananchi in case El Nino hits. It's not case when it hits. New subsidies give relief to maize farmers. So 78 billion shillings is the amount the government has spent on subsidized fertilizers since the program was introduced in 2022. Government to spend 6 billion shillings on subsidized 40 million kilos of maize seed to revive production, according to CSK. We will invest in fertilizer, which is a good thing. But remember, fertilizer is not the only thing that gives good production. There is good seeds.
It's good soil.
There is good soil. That means research into the same. There is equally favorable climate. But importantly, we need water. Remember, today, we're talking about parents unable to have a good harvest because there were no rains. So are we still thinking of rain-fed agriculture, or are we moving towards irrigation? Ni hayo tu. Tuende kwa star.
Star pia wanasema fertilizer subsidy inside states 32 million bags in 4 seasons. Program now spans 45 counties, 417 sub-counties, and 1,382 wards. Okay, so people are still getting the fertilizer. Voila. Opposition now demands answers from IEBC on the polls. Okay. Court throws out man's 10 million shilling job of a house photo claim. We'll look into that. Gathongo exposes financial rot in elite secondary schools. Most widows with HIV infected after burying their husbands. Come on. Alpha. Chicks, what's up?
It's cold out there.
Really? After they bury their husbands?
Yeah.
All right. I want to look at this illegal fee story on page 6. Real quick.
Okay.
Remember I told you I went for a meeting on Saturday? Gathongo exposes illegal fees, financial rot in top high schools. Auditor General Nancy Gathongo has exposed how parents are paying millions of shillings in illegal fees in some of the country's top secondary schools. Gathongo also revealed massive procurement irregularities, illegal expenditure, and widespread financial mismanagement at the institutions. The revelations are contained in the latest financial audit reports for schools for the period ended June 30, 2025. It goes on to say that the findings are likely to put principals, school leadership, parents, associations, and boards of management under scrutiny, as it should. A review by the Star of reports from at least 10 public national schools across the country reveals a disturbing pattern. The schools have imposed extra charges under Parents Association support programs and other vote heads without the required ministry approval. This has placed a heavy financial burden on parents amid tough economic times. How many of you have been told when you go to school that you need to add some money, something like motivation, on top of what you pay for school fees? This is what the Auditor General is flagging at this point. Yikes. This story look, for me, I've glossed over it. Because until you sort out certain things, this is going to continue to be the case. They're going to continue raising the school fees. What do you want them to do? As in, I was angry, I calmed down, and then I was upset and frustrated, I calmed down, then I was worried and anxious, then I calmed down. Until I said, you know what, my sister, I beg rest. Because me and Nduh just said,
Yesterday we did the math.
Yeah.
So per child a day, they're supposed to spend 36 shillings.
They do spend 36.
If I give you 36 shillings today, what will you spend on?
I can't even buy a proper stick of gum.
No. Let me tell you.
A stick of gum is 70 bob.
You're not even able to prove to FCPM body that the economy is doing well.
Can you buy a soda?
No, you can't.
36 bob.
You can't.
Really? You can't buy a soda with 36 shillings?
You can't.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
That is not good.
Yeah, so when you look at, when you see principals asking for extra money, it's because, kwa ground, mambo ni tofauti.
What do you want people to do?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, I went through all the phases. Anger, frustration, depression, sadness.
You're like, you know what?
After I said, come, I beg.
A parent will invest anything for their child to get the quality education they deserve.
Yeah.
Especially when it's so evident that the person who's in charge and responsible of providing that has failed. A parent will not fail their children. A parent will not let that happen. It is difficult, it is tough, it should not happen. But what do you expect them to do?
See, Shebi, I told you I've passed. I don't. Me, I want to understand these aunties who, when their husband died, is when they now, within 2 years, contracted HIV. But the time has gone. So we'll look into it later because it's a very serious something. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life. The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Daniela. I'm Sheila Tembor. The University Academic Staff Union Moi University branch has opposed the management's plan to retrench 75 staff members. The union is calling for an independent audit of the university's finances and staffing needs, arguing that it is unfair to retrench permanent lecturers while continuing to hire temporary staff. WASU says the moves could disrupt teaching, student management and academic supervision.
On behalf of the University's Academic Staff Union, Moi University Chapter, we register our strongest displeasure and total rejection of the decision by the university management to declare 75 of our members redundant, while simultaneously advertising for part-time lecturers to fill the same positions. We find serious contradictions in the university management's notice of redundancy. WASU is out to protect the jobs of its 75 faculty members.
Professors, associate professors, senior lecturers. Those are actually the heartbeat of the postgraduate programs within the university. Unless you want to close those programs.
The National Trustee of the Union, Dr. Jan Michael, has called on the government to investigate the university's use of fund salary commitments and staff requirements before any retrenchment is undertaken.
That is not the only solution. Why is University of Nairobi not declaring redundancy? Why is KU? And they have the highest debt so far. Moi University received money the other day for recovery, 6.2 billion. What have they done with it? Now somebody behind the scenes has eyed that money to be used for redundancy. We have better strategies that can be used, not redundancy every now and then. There are things behind the scenes that are being worked on. We will not allow that. And we are saying, let the proper audit be done by an independent body. Let the results be given to us on an open table. We discuss.
WASU has given the university management 7 days to engage in meaningful consultations, warning of further action if the matter is not resolved. The Employment and Labour Relations Court has already suspended the redundancy notices as the case continues. Kenya's disaster management authorities are preparing for possible severe flooding during the October, November, December short rains with an 81% chance of strong El Nino conditions. The National Disaster Operations Center estimates that about 1.5 million people could be affected, with nearly 500,000 potentially displaced. Northeastern Kenya is expected to face major transport disruptions, with the Nairobi, Garissa, Wajir, Mandera corridor among the routes at highest risk. Flooding could also disrupt health services, food supplies and access to essential facilities. Authorities are preparing boats, aircraft and evacuation sites, while counties have been urged to identify safe areas for displaced families and avoiding using schools as shelters during the examination period.
Particularly to carry maybe patients, we call it medivac, medical evacuation. We are also going to position boats to cross major water bodies. So we are working with Kenya Coast Guard and KDF, that is Kenya Navy, to ensure that transport is maintained.
The Kenya Red Cross has identified 13 counties of particular concern and warned that limited humanitarian funding could constrain response efforts. Officials say the risk extends beyond northeastern Kenya, with parts of central Kenya, the Lake Basin, Rift Valley and coast also facing possible floods and landslides.
Looking at counties like Tana River that have been fluctuating between drought to floods, we are worried about counties in the lake region that we've had a number of years of displacement because of the rising lake situation. We're worried about communities in urban areas, in the informal settlements.
The global models and other scientists, we included, have noticed that the probability of having strong El Nino above 80%. Actually, some forecasting centers place it at 90% as very, very strong, and 99% that it will be there. So yes, El Nino is actually in place, and that is what has caused even the weather that we have seen currently.
And mobile money has emerged the most common method used in reported online fraud cases in Kenya during the first half of 2026. The Interior Ministry says mobile money was involved in 51 of 102 computer fraud cases reviewed between February and July. Investment in forex schemes accounted for 16 cases, while cryptocurrency fraud recorded 12. A further 23 cases involved telecommunications or SIM-related indicators. The ministry says fraud reports increased from May, with 27 cases recorded in July alone. The government is calling for closer monitoring of suspicious mobile transactions and faster action against fake websites and impersonation accounts. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembur.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large the government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't, let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning at 9 minutes after 7 o'clock on this 25th day of August. Thank you for keeping it here in the Situation Room with us. And as we get into a conversation this hour, we're glad that you've joined in. Jennifer Atenyi, good morning. I see you. Apologies for that, but Karibu Sana. Thank you for being here. Your love, Dennis, is awake and with us. It's great. This hour, we're going to be looking into the state of the nation, and that's how we start off our conversation this hour. And we're looking at a 2027 strategy with two political government affairs and political analyst. Dr. Mukhisa Kituyi is a government affairs and public policy expert and is here with us again in the Situation Room. Good morning.
Good morning, Nduh.
Karibu sana.
The last time I was here, I did not bring my salams from the people of Kiambu.
You know, you must always bring salams.
So, pokeni salam from people of Kiambu, all the 60 wards and 12 constituencies.
You used to be told, ukipokea unafanya, tumepokea.
Yeah. Also, you're told, ukirudi,
fikisha salamu zetu.
Salamu ntapeleka.
Sawa. Bosco Kiora is a political analyst, and he too is here with us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Karibu sana.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for coming, both of you. And we're looking at strategies, if there are any, or if the necessity of there to be strategies. And we're looking at the state of the nation generally. There are many balls in the air at the moment. And taking a look at what all of this is going to look like then in the run-up to an election. And we will have the conversation. So thank you both for doing this with us this morning. You'll be interested to know where Dennis is this week.
Yes, Morocco. So you go to Morocco and their souks very colorful. I think about their designs, especially on their tiling, their pottery looks really beautiful. Also their texture, their fabric, really, really nice. But there is something Nduh does not like, their food called couscous.
In this one restaurant.
In this one restaurant.
Where they serve
she did not like
the
couscous.
one. Okay.
That you experience in Morocco, right? But there is harira, which is also the traditional soup, and there is mint tea, which is often called the Moroccan national drink. So if you visit, just to know, couscous, try it, then you can challenge and do it one way or the other.
No, I agree completely with it. Nduh. I had an opportunity to go to Marrakesh. The couscous was not good.
Was not good.
But
those two restaurants you went to,
it's possible that it's only those two restaurants that served.
There's a possibility. Yeah. But let's go to the probably. I pointed out to you the stars, and all you saw was the tip of my finger. I pointed out to you the stars, and all you saw was the tip of my finger. Bosco, how would you interpret it?
I pointed to you the stars, and what you saw was my fingers.
The tip of my finger.
The tip of the finger. Yeah, looking at the stars, stars associated with winning and someone being high there. I think looking at it, I would think about someone who has won and the other person is just seeing maybe the weak point of this person or the weak point of this area. So most people, if you wear a white suit, people will not see, people will always see how clean you are with the suit. But if you have some mud thrown at you, people, when you meet someone the first time, will say, oh, you have a nice suit. And what happened to the... So people will always see that small bad thing in the midst of all the good things you have done.
Well said. Dr. How would you interpret it?
I'd say people see what they want to see. No matter what you show them, they will only see what they want to see. I think it's just sometimes human nature. They might not see the big picture. They might not see the stars. Yeah. All they're seeing is your finger.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Wow.
Alienda maniki.
The limitations of the human mind sometimes when you can imagine, I read something and looking at really, we don't know what stars are like. That it's not, we just imagine that it's a little twinkling thing in the sky. But people who've been able to study them, it's a mass of light and movement and all kinds of things happening at the same time. And it's actually quite magnificent to behold for people who've been able to get close enough. So you can imagine that I'm showing you something so magnificent, but you now, your mental limitation are looking at my finger. Anyway.
Because I can relate to the manicure. That's all I think about. But the magnificent imaging that is out there is beyond you. So yes, people choose to see what they want.
Yeah, people choose to see what they want. Indeed. All right. Okay. Well, choosing to see what we want, or actually, what is the situation in the state of the nation at the moment, and to say that all eyes are on the election coming in 2027, and that it will be foolhardy of anyone not to imagine that doesn't play a significant or doesn't have a significant effect on the day-to-day business of Kenyans and those who live in Kenya. So if we look at what's going on at the moment, We start with you, Daktari.
Yes.
There are many moving parts at at this time, where there is a security issue, there are political parties, who's registered, who doesn't want to be president. Is it possible for us to make sense of what's going on at the moment?
Yeah, partially, yes.
Okay.
It's possible to make some sense.
Okay.
I think just like you rightly said, we are 1 year. Actually, it's 350 days now, to the election. There are a lot of moving parts, but with time, I think things will settle down. I think yesterday we had the State of the Nation addressed by Rigathi Gachagua.
Oh, okay. That was right.
His State of the Nation.
Yeah.
His version of the State of the Nation, where he pointed out a couple of things. The three key things that I got from that, I think he was on a 55-day
conclave
journey to find himself or to listen to the ground. And he talked about the keeping the government accountable. He talked about Ruto must go and the need for one presidential candidate. And then he did say that he was that candidate and he would actually move outside Mount Kenya to begin selling himself or engaging with other leaders. And I think that's the same with every political party. Everybody is now in the kitchen cooking, preparing. If you don't plan, you're planning to fail. So all the different political alignments are actually making different plans and looking at the different moving parts. And I would say, politics, one of the things I've learned about politics is that 1 day is like 1,000 years. 350 days is a very long time in politics. 2 days in politics is a long time. So we'll keep saying this until the very end. There's a lot of juggling. There are alignments that will be done. There will be realignments that will be done. So that's my expectation of what is happening. But we could go deeper into those alignments and how they look, and maybe we can begin to see some headway in where we are heading.
I mean, Bosco, if you look at the different strategies being applied by different individuals, because then again, many would say, you know what, when Kibaki was, Raila said Kibaki Tosha, it was like 3 months too, and like, we're not in a hurry, we're still strategizing. But Kenyans as well out here are calling for, tell us who it is, so that we can either fix it early, so that we can see what exactly this person is made out of. But that seemingly does not seem to be swaying the political class to what Mwananchi is preferring at the moment.
Thank you very much for this question. Actually, it's a very interesting time during Katiba 16. Katiba 16, So it is something to think about, our democracy, how far we have come. And even before I get to what we're talking about, when you talk about Katiba 16, we had times that there's high demand of good governance. There's high demand of better leadership. We are at a place where a grandmother in the village is able to know about the finance bill. Finance bill is not new. It has been there all the years. And it is a time that they are interesting times to be in. If who is it, for example, if Raila Odinga or Jomo Kenyatta or the people who fought for this country would wake up today and find how far we have come, would be excited in Ukuamisha, would be excited and disappointed.
Surprise.
Surprise. As you said. So for me, I think we are somewhere in terms of democracy. At the same time, when you talk about the political parties, I keep saying each political party in this country has its owner or its people. Okay? The political parties we have had initially, or over the years, may not be what the people who fought for democracy, for multi-party democracy, be what they expected. Because each and every political party belongs to a certain community or a certain person. Okay? Let's start there. So even as we move to 2027, when you look at these leaders who are coming together, well divided into some ethnic groups, okay? They are divided into different ethnic groups, saying, Rigiji keeps saying, you Kalonzo, bring your 3 million, me I bring my 7 million, the other one brings the other millions. So we are still divided into ethnic groups. as we also talk about political parties. So for me, political parties, they have a long way to go to get to what the multi-party democracy, the spirit of the multi-party democracy that was fought for by our forefathers, what they expected and what they wanted is different from what we are having today.
Do you think that will change in the year, in the 350 days that Dr. Nduh has said, those are many days? Do you think that if you didn't start something the way in which it was supposed to, that somewhere along the line you will change? Political parties, by and large, are not based on ideology. They may pick up some ideology along the way, but generally, they started because somebody wanted a vehicle through which their expediency could be realized. That's the truth. We can color it so many ways, but that is how at least it is perceived, and we do know that perception in politics plays a big role. So is there a way along the way that you're going to change? Because we can look at them right now and we know the political parties and what tribal cocoon that they're formed around.
We may not change much as we move to 2027 because if you look at the previous elections, political parties have been used as vehicles to get me from point A to B. And when I get to B, I disband it, I do whatever I do to it, I color it something different, and now I say I've now a new vehicle. Typical, for example, Wiper Democratic Movement, PLP. We had Mother Karua. Previously, he had what? This Green Party. Not Kenya. Now it's a new thing. Wiper had a new thing, had a different Wiper Democratic Movement. Now it's something Wiper Democratic Forum. So I'm just giving examples. I have nothing personal against this political party. I'm just saying we have had political parties in the previous elections that the only work during that time of the elections. Will we get to the day that we will have a political party that will go for 3-4 elections? Kama KANU, for example. We still have KANU, but is it the KANU that Moi had? It's not. You realize political parties normally die with the person. I can give you examples. KANU, it is after the death of that person. ODM now is already in the ICU, almost dying because of the death of the person. So, among other political parties I can mention. So, what I'm saying is, if we have to change to be CCM, to be this other political party in South Africa is called what? ANC. So, for us to get there, ANC, for example, is very strong. Extremely. It can fire their own presidential candidate and tell him, bro, you are not taking us in the right way. Can you step down? Okay? For us to get to that level in this country, we have to do a lot of push-ups in terms of politics.
Dr. What will it take? Because we are compared with major democracies. You look at the United States, there are two political parties that carry the day. You go to UK, there are two political parties that fight it out. We have other small parties, but there are predominantly two that have been there for a very long time, and people identify with this. But in Kenya now we have 90, over 90. Now Linda Mwananchi is becoming maybe the 92nd as well, if they get to be registered, What will it take for us to say that we understand these politics and we identify with an ideology, not a vehicle for expediency?
Okay. First of all, allow me to disagree. I think things are going to change. There's, a few years back we were talking about a political tsunami. There's going to be a super El Nino that is going to sweep this country.
The earthquake.
A political super El Nino. Anything that is not grounded is going to be washed out. That's my personal view. Why do I say this? We have a new generation of the electorate demographics are changing. If you look at some of the upcoming political parties, and I'm not here to blow their horn, the Safinas, the Renaissance movement, even our own other political parties, they are grounded on some ideology. But I want to agree to the extent that in Kenya, political parties are a means to an end. There's a lack of seriousness when we are forming political parties. It's just a vehicle for us to achieve the goal. Once we're in government, we don't even follow the ideology. And one easy way of knowing this is the mergers. In for example, what you mentioned in the US and in the UK, because political parties are driven by ideology. there are certain there's no meeting of minds because our ideologies are completely opposite of each other. In Kenya today, majority of the political parties seem to be social democrats. And that goes back to Raila Odinga and his history in Germany. He's always been a social democrat, so that we have to give him credit for. So you find a party like ODM has maintained its social democracy aspect. If you look at the only other person who stuck to his ideology was actually Mwai Kibaki in PNU. He was a conservative economist. He believed in free markets, liberalism. That was his time. Yeah. But apart from that, everybody else seems to be confused. They don't know what they are. Everybody is a social democrat because social democracy, what does social democracy mean? It means big government projects. And what do big government projects in Kenya mean? Money. It means money, isn't it? It means that you have big projects where you can hide and loot and do all these different things. So social democracy is popular for that. You provide all sorts of free things for free people, but while you're doing that, you're lining your pockets. Is social democracy something that is good for Kenya? It's a debate that we need to have. I don't think Kenya's economy is one that supports social democracy. There has to be some social interventions, but big programs is a problem. So going back to your question, I think with increased voter civic education, people know what they want. People kind of have a feeling of what the government they want the government to do and not to do. So, for example, I ascribe to libertarian principles, which means lean government. If you ask most Kenyans, they'll tell you we don't want big government. Why should we have 22 cabinet ministers?
47 counties.
Yeah. Why should so the idea of lean government not taking over too many social programs, reducing the wage bill, cutting cost on recurrent expenditure. Kenyans know these things. They just don't know how to position them in the political spectrum of what ideology this is. Yeah. So people know what they want. But maybe we need to do more education in terms of like your ideas. This is what you believe in, so you fit in this box.
There you go.
Yeah.
And so is it perhaps time that we look, because the idea of political parties, whether we like it or not, is borrowed. That Kenya decided in its governance that in order for you to be in government or to then participate, that you needed to be in this formation called a political party, without necessarily looking at how they started in ancient Greece, Rome, whatever the case, where they all came together and said, you know what, the meeting of minds then makes us come together on an idea, and we can say we want to be part of government or governance and leadership in the country because this is what we believe in. And that is what propelled you. You cannot catch an ideology like you catch a cold. You can't. If you it's not just and then get rid of it later. You have to have it. So is it time, Bosco, that we say, you know what, let the political parties in Kenya just be for that. Let it be, because constitutionally, in order for you to participate, you either are forming a party or you are an independent. And in order for you to form government, you then must be in the majority. Is it time, instead of us to try, because we've been trying to box into this thing for so long, and it doesn't seem to work. There are countries where it has worked. The example that you've given of South Africa. But is it time that you to say, okay, you know what, fine. You need a vehicle, call it a political party. Because these are the things that you're asking people to do. They don't. It's not going to happen.
No political party is registered in this country without providing an ideology to the ORPP.
Doesn't necessarily mean they believe in it. It's just like you can say that people's manifestos are all written by one man.
That's where I'm going. So I'm now talking legally. For you to register a political party. And I think I participated in one of the registering one of the political parties. For you to register a political party in this country, you need to provide an ideology to the register of political parties. Now, how you implement that ideology when it comes to the campaigns or the elections is something different. But what I think is the questions you're asking are answered. I can answer them this way. We have seen people being elected as independent, and the number has been growing exponentially year in, year out. Why? You need to ask yourself why. Because sometimes the people believe in Dennis and not the political party. The people believe in who he is and what they believe he can do for them and not the political party. However, in most instances, watu wanavalishwa suti. Na hiyo suti umevaa kutoka juu mpaka chini, but shati iko na uchafu. What do I mean? You wear a suit, 6-piece, but one of the pieces is dirty or there's bad leadership in one of them. So how we can get to this, because we have seen people enjoying and being excited about electing independent leaders. I've worked in Europe, and I told you the other day, and I actually worked in the European Parliament. I've participated in the politics in Europe until the day we will get to the level of electing political parties. We elect ideology of a certain political party, because that's what happens in Europe. I participated in Italy and also in Belgium. I will tell you what. They don't elect individuals. First of all, they first see you as a person who is in the party with the ideology that they are buying. So they will elect you. They will elect the people in that political party because they have that ideology. And so if they elect a person in that political party with that ideology, it does not necessarily have to be Bosco. They look at what is that. You know, there's the left, right.
Yeah, the right wing and left wing. Yeah.
So they will go with, if you're electing the person on the right, he's in the right political party that has a social democracy or something. I don't know. If we get there in this country, is when the day that we'll say we have political parties that are working. Otherwise, these things we are having around here
they're not political parties.
They are not political parties. They are something totally different. That's why I told you a political party belongs to a certain community or a certain individual. And when that person dies or comes out of the politics, the party itself dies.
Dr. There is a phenomenon out here that is as well.
I'll come back to that.
When you look at these political parties, there is always the aspect of, even now as we talk about the union or the coalitions that many are coming through with, there is always that kingmaker.
Yes.
You must kiss the ring for that presidency or for that leadership to make sense. Whether you want to look at UDA as you speak at the moment, there's a kingmaker. You don't align with the president, you're out. You look at United Opposition right now, seemingly, Rigathi Gachagua is being looked at as the kingmaker. So you kiss my ring and you're good to go. And with that, then you realize that the ideologies that, say, PLP would come with or any other party would come with, the moment they kiss the ring, everything they believe and stand for disappear.
Actually, you know what? You're completely right. Where we are right now, ideology is for intellectuals in the university.
Okay.
Ideology is not for the Mwananchi. Ideology is not for the politicians themselves. You know, politicians want to get into power. I think Oburu says power. Tunataka power. How they get that power is the ideology is irrelevant to that, which is unfortunate for democracy in this country. So just to put it simply is that yes, even within political parties, you know one of the biggest problems we have in democracy is democracy within political parties. The last time I was here, we were talking about weak institutions in transitioning democracies. We have very weak institutions, and political parties are also weak institutions. Every year, my colleague here has just said that the registrar of political parties requires that you have an ideology. Political parties are also funded. Some political parties are also funded by government. What do those political parties do with that funding? Have we ever investigated and looked at what they use that money? That money is meant to build the capacity of the political parties, strengthen the issues of ideology,
civic education,
all those different things. But what do political parties do? If we called the political party leaders here and told them, you received 8 billion, you received 7 billion, show us how you spent that money, I'm sure they will not be able to account for how that money has been spent. And I'm sure they're not interested. You know, people are comfortable with what they have if it is working for them. It may not work for the masses out there because, of course, if political parties stick to ideology, it means a better Kenya. We'll be choosing political parties based on ideology. There's no need for ethnic mobilization. There's no need for personality politics. Kenyans will be getting an ideological party that will serve them and meet their expectations. But as long as we don't have that, the politicians don't want that. If I can kiss the ring and get elected, so be it. Am I the best? Probably not. So internal political democracy is also, we have had 1 or 2, 3 incidents. For example, there was an incident in Kirinyaga recently, and this has been one of the things that people have said about DCP. They are preferred candidates. Those preferred candidates might not be the candidates that the people want, but they're probably the candidates with the pass, right? So the party leadership likes them because they are loyal, or and the same thing used to happen in ODM. But for example, if you look at Luo Nyanza in ODM, or what is left of ODM, this time there's no coattails, there's no Baba's coattails,
there's no ring to kiss.
So if you're not on the ground doing your work, there's no one to give you a free party nomination. Now it's going to be free and fair. So internal democracy in political parties, if that could be strengthened, we could have a better Kenya.
All right, let's take a break at this point. We're looking at the state of the nation. In this case, looking at what political parties actually do have to offer. I'm going to pick on what you said, Bosco, a little bit when we come back from the break, because then we have to ask the question around, so what are we actually delivering, and on what then tenets do you deliver this leadership? We'll come back and discuss that in a short while. Stay with us.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, so traffic in the city. Yes, there is very heavy traffic on the Thika Superhighway this morning coming into the city. You don't want to toy with this one. It's coming in all the way from that Waweru junction, and it'll cross over the Outer Ring junction, snaking its way through towards the Pangani underpass. It is heavy this morning, and it's not taking any prisoners, that's for sure. It's starting to seep off onto Kiambu Road, and inbound traffic on Kiambu Road is quite something as well. And if you look at traffic coming off of Kangunda Road, coming in from Jiru all the way through, it's going to cross over Outer Ring and join then Manyanja Road at some point and connect with what's coming off of Jogoo Road through towards Landis. Heavy traffic on Haile Selassie this morning, combined with vehicles trying to get to the other parts of the country, and then your tomato and ginger sellers also trying to cause traffic here as well. Coming off of Mombasa Road, at this time, traffic is already heavy. It's coming in all the way from past the Next Gen Junction out towards the Nyayo Stadium roundabout, and then through to Uhuru Highway. Traffic inbound also from Langata Road is adding to this as well. Okay, how about we look for where there's no traffic? The Southern Bypass, there's an option for you to get to where you're going this morning, but we're getting into it proper this morning. Let's get things moving. Talk to us about where you might be stuck. SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Tired of missing out? Want to stay ahead of the curve? Get the facts, the full story, and the truth all in one place with the Standard Group's all-in-one app. Watch live TV, listen to podcasts, stream your favorite radio shows, and get breaking news alerts instantly. Plus, access premium content with the Standard Insider and never miss a beat with the Standard e-paper. Read the Standard and the Nairobian anytime, anywhere, on your phone, tablets, or laptop. No delay, no clutter, just bold, judged, and factual news on demand. And here's the deal. Get a full year's e-paper access for only 7,699 shillings. So why wait? Download the Standard app right now from Google Play or Apple App Store, or visit epaper.standardmedia.co.ke to subscribe. The Standard all-in-one app. Stay informed anywhere, anytime.
Gentle care, wanna keep your baby dry and clean.
Being a parent is a beautiful journey, but let's be honest, it's also a high-energy sport. When your little one is comfortable, dry and free to explore, there's absolutely nothing stopping them. That's why this week on Sugar and Spice, we're celebrating your child's unstoppable milestones in partnership with Bidco. Tune in weekdays from 11 a.m., share your toddler's most unstoppable moments with us, and you could win a premium Gentle Care baby pants hamper from Bidco.
For the unstoppable, for the mother who cares.
Habari ndio hii. StarTimes tumejiamulia kukupa raha bila limit. This August, renew your monthly subscription and give your little ones a holiday packed with cartoons, imagination, adventure, and so much fun. Discover magical first discoveries on Baby TV. Enjoy Princess Doremi and Super Wings on ST Kids. Catch Fireman Sam and Thomas and Friends on Jim Jam. Step into the action with Avatar, The Last Airbender on ST Tunes. Buy the aerial decoder at only 1,399 shillings and the dish decoder at only 2,499 shillings. Get connected at any of our dealer shops countrywide. Dial star 858.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning to you, and we continue the conversation this morning with Dr. Nduh and Bosco Kura as we look into the State of the Nation 2027 towards the election. And as we go to then conversations that are being had or not had, whether Gachagwa's come out of 55 days of hermitage and says, okay, now we are going to offer himself up as the way to beat the to beat the incumbent, he says, is for him to be at the front of this. And the President William Ruto had a sit down with a couple of people the other day and said, he asked President Uhuru Kenyatta to join him in taking a step up the ladder. But he chose to go down somewhere. I don't know. I can't remember the analogy that he used. But essentially, that they wanted to work together at some point, but that didn't actually come to be. Now, taking what we've already set the stage with in terms of political parties and the circus that goes on there, to what we see the conversations are had with a few people who have the power, where does this create a space to really have a conversation about what the state is and where it will take us in the next election?
What has been happening is, like the president said, it was expected of President Uhuru Kenyatta, just like all the other presidents, to just retire, be relaxed, and let someone continue with their tenure, like he was allowed maybe by Kibaki. But Uhuru, you have to remember, Uhuru is still young, he's energetic, he has been around, he has enjoyed the trappings of power, he has been around, even enjoying being the king of the mountain. So, because the last time we heard about Mount Kenya Kingpin was with Uhuru Kenyatta, because he was endorsed by Kina Kibaki, Mishoki, and the rest. There's now the other king who has come, but I don't know who endorsed him, but he has forced his way to be the king. So, with the current politics, as we are seeing them, when you see Rigiji pushing himself now to be the flag bearer, people call Rigiji a bully, a prefect, and all that. If you ask me, Rigiji is the most hardworking politician in United Alternative Opposition, if you ask me, because he has always, by the way, if he goes to America, as he is saying, in the next couple of days, there will be very minimal political rallies and activities. That's what has been happening all the time. So he is, give credit to him because give him what he deserves, because he has been pushing that way, and he has a right to say that he wants to be a flag bearer. In fact, I would say, and I want to predict here, that one, Rigathi Gachagua will be in the ballot. He will be allowed by the Court of Appeal to say that he was treated unfairly, as we saw in the High Court. He will be a presidential candidate, and if he is, this will give President William Ruto a very easy win, because if you look at all the other candidates as they are, if you look at, let's analyze them one by one very fast. If you look at Kalonzo is coming out as weak in terms of resources, in terms of clout, in terms of this is his last bullet, more or less. So if Kalonzo is unable to clinch this one and be the flag bearer, truth be told, either by design or by mistake or whatever it is, 2032 is not for him. Okay? Because of the age, also to catch up with him over time. Look at Matiang'i. Matiang'i is a puppet of Uhuru. He's now a deputy in the Jubilee Party, and he's likely to follow follow whatever Uhuru would say. If Uhuru tells him they remain in the opposition, he will remain there. If he tells them to go to Ruto side, he might go there. And remember, I keep saying, Uhuru Kenyatta is not an enemy. Is a friend of President William Ruto. I give examples of the current government. He has 3-4 cabinet secretaries, the likes of Kabogo, this agriculture.
When you say he has, what does that mean?
I mean, we know the process of how we got the current CSs that we had. We have the experts, more or less. So he has an expert by the name of Kabogo. He has an expert by the name of the agriculture CS. He has an expert by the name of Lee Kenyanjui and the others. So what I'm saying is Matiang'i issue is now about maybe 2032. Now look at the other candidates within this forum. Like Rigiji said, it is easy to say by mouth, but practically, is it possible to have the capacity to run the presidential campaigns? We are told by Moses Kuria, or someone said yesterday, that they are going to America with the president in the month of September. It may be hearsay, but whatever they are going to discuss has a lot of impact on 2027 politics.
Well, I mean, it's the United Nations General Assembly that comes in September. Maybe that's what everybody's traveling for.
Why are we not having Kalonzo going there? Why are we not having Matiang'i? So my point is, as we move to 2027, the presidential candidate who has already even come out right now, who is seen to have a plan of Singapore, Vision 2060, or the whole plan on what he wants to do for this country, is one William Samoei Ruto. The rest are just one term. I will remove. They have no clear plan. And even those who have a plan, the only plan they have is when you get to power, we'll demolish the houses, we'll demolish Shah. I mean, you cannot campaign on a platform of destruction. So my point is, simply put, if the united opposition are not going to organize themselves in a better way than they are, chances are they are going to be defeated. Looking at Sifuna, as I conclude, Sifuna, I am excited and happy with what he is doing. All these other leaders you see are a product of revolt. William Ruto was the current president. His Excellency, the president, is as a result of running away from ODM and building URP. Kalonzo Musyoka ran with the Orange and built Wiper. It was ODM Kenya at that time. Orange something Kenya, ODM Kenya. All these, including Rigiji, has been chased from the current KK government. That's how he formed the DCP. So Sifuna is in the right track with these guys, Kinababu Owino. It is in the right direction that he is building this momentum. And if I was Sifuna, I would build it bigger. That train, ningeyeka moshi kabisa, ningeyeka moto kabisa, to the extent that it's unstoppable. But I want to say, as I conclude, winning a presidential seat is not an event. It's a process. So sometimes you have to gain some experience over time. Like President William Ruto seems to have had organized himself for over 20 years to get to how he got on the first shot. So don't be surprised when you see Sifuna becoming a running mate of President William Ruto.
Oh no!
As you respond to that, there is the aspect that as we look at these political parties, everybody just wants to get power.
Yes.
But it's then important for Mwananchi to equally relate anyone who is in this elected position and what that means to them. I am voting you as my member of parliament because at the end of the day, expect proper legislation that I will be heard, I will be represented, and that oversight will happen. Is it about time that even as political players will play their chess there, they will move in different directions, that Mwananchi needs to stay true that is my star, I am focusing on that and not the finger? Because if you fix from MCA, members of parliament, Senate, by default, Kenyans will equally look at the bigger picture and say, leadership as well starts from the top. So if you elect a proper president, then even appointments will make sense.
Oh, okay. Dennis, I've seen what you've done. He's brought us full circle. But in politics, let me tie the two comments together. In politics, there's a theory that is called diversionary theory of politics. Usually, diversionary theory of politics plays in foreign policy mainly, but in local politics, we can also see diversionary theory of politics in play. And why do I say this? Let's go back to the meeting. Let's go back to the discussion that was had, or the tiff that has been there between His Excellency President William Ruto and the former President Uhuru Kenyatta. For me, I feel like that's a diversion. If you look at the events culminating to this discussion about Uhuru, and if you look at the surrogates of UDA from Hassan Omar in Mombasa, a lot of UDA surrogates are attacking President Uhuru. And also some on President Uhuru's side are also in defense of President Uhuru. And the reason why they're in defense is because we often see our leaders as ethnic institutions. When you attack Uhuru Kenyatta, the perception out there is that you're attacking Kikuyus. If you attack William Ruto, the perception out there is that you're attacking the Kalenjin. And this plays back to ethnic mobilization. Our politics is about ethnic mobilization. If there's anything that 2024 Gen Z revolution taught us, is that there's a radical shift from ethnic mobilization to issues. Now, what legacy politicians are struggling with is trying to keep the electorate captive in ethnic discussions. And that's why I'm saying, if you look at, for example, in hindsight, UDA and the president have been on the back foot since Homa Bay. And since Sifuna started gaining some momentum. And if you want to know that they have been on a back foot, the president went back to Eldoret. Usually when you see a politician going back to their home base to rally the troops at home, it means that they are now on a back foot. The tide has kind of shifted. And then if you look at, for example, Uhuru Kenyatta, DCP, like he has rightly said, has cemented its foothold in Mount Kenya. Whether it is by force, I mean, he probably tried to negotiate his way there, was not given the opportunity, but he has forced his way and he's now, to be honest, the kingpin. If you go on the ground, it is DCP that actually in Mount Kenya that has actually a lot of following. Now, how do so you have both the former president on a back foot, you have the current president on a back foot. How do we then shift? How do we divert the attention from the fact that we're on the back foot? So you introduce this thing of Uhuru Kenyatta is funding his Esponyo for Sifuna. You start now discussing the conduct of the former president. When we know the Constitution allows him. Actually, the Presidential Retirement Benefits Act only says that his benefits can be removed by Parliament with a 2/3 vote, and that is if he holds a position in the opposition. And there's a case to be made whether he's the party leader of Jubilee or the head of Azimio. A case can be made on removing his benefits based on the fact that he holds a position. But that is neither here or there. I think the bigger picture is what, Dennis, you were asking, is what do Kenyans want?
Yes.
I feel like we are being diverted by non-starter issues. Whether President, the reason why UDA, for example, will talk about President Uhuru Kenyatta. Why are they scared of President Uhuru Kenyatta? It's the resources, it's the network. They feel like if this guy sponsors the opposition has a fighting chance. They'll have the resources, they'll have the network. So that's the thing. But the real issue here is not about personalities. We really need to move from politics of personality, politics of ethnic mobilization. And that's why I'm saying that if you talk to the younger generation of voters who are out there, and the 9 million who didn't vote in the last election, they don't care whether former President Uhuru Kenyatta is sponsoring Sifuna or not. They don't care whether he's reconstituting Azimio or not. What they care about is the issues, the bread and butter issues on a daily basis. So we'll continue throughout these 350 days. There will be a pull back to ethnicity. But there will be also a pull back to the issues. So I would urge Kenyans to concentrate. Don't concentrate on the minor issues. Concentrate on the major issues.
Don't focus on the finger.
Yes, don't focus on the finger. Focus on the stars.
Yeah.
Don't look at Uhuru Kenyatta and President William Ruto. That is not what Kenyans are about. We're not about the personalities. This future is not, this election is not going to be about the past. Everybody keeps talking about the past. Yeah. There are two major consequential things that have happened from the time Moi was in power. 16 years ago, we got a new constitution. So the games and the dynamics that were being played by Moi cannot work today. That's one. Two, the Gen Z revolution of 2024 happened. It cannot be ignored. It's not business as usual. Yeah. I know people are trying to drag us back to business as usual. It is not business as usual. When you see the crowds, the organic crowds that Sifuna is pulling, he actually doesn't really need that much capital. I know there's some who will say, and my colleague here say that to run a presidential campaign, you require a lot of resources, a lot of money, you require a lot of experience. No, Africa is full of people who are DJs and became presidents. So what is so difficult? If you look at Obama's trajectory, Obama was a first-time senator, probably the same age as Sifuna, did not have the resources, was not part of the Democratic Party establishment, did not have the resources, but he was able to move the masses, he was able to get the people on board, and he was able to become the president of the United States. So this framework that we have, where people have to do certain things to be an MP, to be a governor, to be a president, that framework, we are breaking that framework. People know what people want is authenticity. It's not money, it's authenticity. And then the idea. How are you going to change my life? That is what people are interested in.
Bosco? You're shaking your head vehemently.
Yeah, because let me tell you something. I totally disagree with some of the issues you just talked about. The young people, they don't care and all that. Because personally, I'm vying for a position of Member of Parliament in Manyata constituency, with the one which was previously held by Mukunji, who is now vying for governorship position. And I would like to say this. The young people in this country are failing us badly. Failing us badly.
Okay.
If you look at Orkarao, we didn't see them vote. The young people, if they want to participate, like I want to do, like to be the change in this country, they must collect that vote, register as a voter, and throw it in the ballot. Having that vote is not enough. Why am I saying that? He has talked about the Gen Z, what happened, the revolution 2024. That was not enough. What is enough is to, if they want to elect their own. Why, by the way, I want to ask myself a question. Why are Gen Zs not fronting their own candidates?
They are there.
Who is their presidential candidate? Give me one.
Oh, you want a presidential candidate?
They're asking about a presidential candidate. Sifuna is not a Gen Z.
No, you see,
I am not a Gen Z. Bro, you are
Gen Z is a spirit.
Okay, so you want,
what I'm saying is, my point I'm making
I'm
is,
asking,
why don't, sorry?
You want a Gen Z presidential candidate. All these other positions doesn't matter.
Let me make my point.
No, I'm asking. You said you want a Gen Z presidential, so I'm asking.
Let me make my point. If Gen Z are very serious about changing this country, we could be seeing them fronting their own as a presidential candidate. We had Morara, they pulled him down. We had this gentleman, they pulled him down. What I'm saying is, right now, Nduh, I want to tell you, factually, all the Gen Zs are in their own political parties. Either a Gen Z who is from Kalenjin is in UDA or there. If the Gen Z is from where he's talking about Sifuna, they don't have a party as at now. What I'm saying is, the issue of Gen Zs moving to their own political parties, under their own leaders, will not help them. What will help them, if they want to bring change in this country, let them unite, as they said themselves, they are leaderless, they are this and that. Let them even form their own political party. Let them all have their own presidential candidate. That way, they are going to be able to change, to bring the change they are very hungry about. When this Daktari talked about, what Daktari talked about, they don't care about this, they don't care. Let me tell you with a story. They really need to care. And do you know why? when we keep saying,
what did I say they don't care about?
Can I finish, please?
No. You need to qualify.
Debate is I finish. So the thing is, they really need to care, and the issue of that does not concern me is what brings apathy during the elections. The issue of in the last election, and we could be having another apathy in 2027. They need to care because of this story of a farmer who had a big farm, and in his farm had animals, and in his farm, in his house, there were so many rats. He brought a trap and in the house and said, we want to capture the rats. The chicken ran outside telling the animals, the goats, the cows, that, hey, you guys, there's a trap in the house. Do you know what the animals told the chicken? We don't care, as we don't come to the house where the old man lives. One day, the trap captured something in the trap. Instead of a rat, it captured a rat. It captured a snake. Then the lady of the house told the husband, can you come and help me to get the rat? Then they found it was not a rat, it was a snake. Then the gentleman took the snake with his hand, he was beaten, and ran to hospital. He died. After the old man died, the first day of the funeral arrangement, they slaughtered the chicken. The second day they slaughtered the goat. The other day they slaughtered on the funeral day, because it was a popular man, they slaughtered the cow. Did the trap concern the animals? Yes, it did. That's what I meant.
Okay,
Gen Z.
Let's take the last one from you.
You know, I didn't. When I said
they
Gen
don't
Z,
care.
They don't care about what? They don't care about personality politics. That's what I meant. They don't care about ethnic politics. They care about the issues that affect their daily lives, which are primarily economic issues. Whether Gachagua is going to be on the ballot or not, in fact, that is the worst thing that can happen. If I was President Ruto and I wanted to win, I would ensure that Gachagua is on that ballot.
And it will happen.
And that is what is going to happen. But the person that they fear the most are the other candidates that is not the Gachagua candidature. So just for the record, when I say that Gen Zs actually don't care, they don't care about the petty politics that we have been used to, which is the ethnic politics that has nothing. So now that you are attacking Uhuru Kenyatta, how does that benefit my life? Now that you're attacking William Ruto, how does that benefit my life? What I care is can I get a job after I have graduated?
Right.
Do I have 3 square meals on the table? Do I have opportunity? Those are the things that the young people care about.
But do you agree that Gen Z need to have their own?
And this notion that Gen Zs didn't show up in Ol Kalou, I don't know what statistics they used. You know, a funny thing about Gen Zs and millennials, especially Gen Z, sometimes Gen Zs look older than millennials just by physical appearance. I don't know if it's the GMOs that they're eating. So if you look at a line of voters, how do you know that those people are not Gen Zs who are voting? Where do these statistics? It's part of the propaganda that is being pushed by the traditional political parties to kind of insinuate that Gen Zs are not taking their place. The same way people did not see the 2024 wave coming is the same way, I can guarantee you, is the same way that there will be a wave. And remember, how many Gen Zs do we have? How many millennials are there? Over 9 million. There is a silent majority in this country that does not attend road shows, that does not put on party colors, that is not being paid to be in the streets, that is sitting at home, reflecting on their lives, and they will be on the ballot. They will be on the day of the ballot. They will be in the queues voting. So it is upon political parties to then articulate what their ideas are, so that we can have an election and we have the Kenya that we want.
Indeed. This is our conversation this morning. And, you know, one could also argue that, you know, it is at the lower levels, the lowest levels of government that you actually need your most strategic people so that they can actually get things done. That could be an argument, but it's also one for another day. We want to thank you both, gentlemen, for joining us in this conversation this morning. And time does not allow us to go more than this. Dr. Mutanu is a government affairs and policy expert, public policy expert. Bosco Kira, political analyst. Interestingly, both of you running for office in certain parts. Thank you both for joining us this morning. Good morning at 8 minutes.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Daniel Zaya. I'm Sheila Tembor. Some schools along the Kisii-Transmara border have remained closed as the third term begins following communal clashes between the Kisii and Maasai communities. Kenyanya Deputy County Commissioner William Bett says security operations are ongoing to restore and maintain peace in the affected areas.
Ole hii ni kufanya tu patrol kwa mpaka, kuangalia vile hali iko. Tangu jana wakubwa county commissioner wa county mbili walikuja wakaongelesha wananchi, wakasema wareje kwa hali yao ya kawaida, na ndiposa leo tuko hapa kuangalia kama vile area kuko.
Transmara West Deputy County Commissioner Chok Masua has urged residents to maintain peace and allow normal activities including learning to resume.
Yetu ya Kenyanya na Transmara imekuwa na misukosuko na tunataka watu warejee shughuli zao za kawaida. Kama venye tumekuwa tukifanya mikutano ya amani na wazee na wananchi. Kama shule zinafunguliwa leo, tunahimiza watoto wote warudi shuleni. Kwa vile kwa hii vita hata watoto ndio wengi zaidi. Na hatutaki watoto wakiwa kwa vita, tunataka waende mashuleni, wasome ndio wawe viongozi ambao wanaweza jitegemea kesho.
And People's Party of Kenya leader and Kiharu MP Ndindi Nyoro has accused the government of neglecting the education sector by delaying school funding. Speaking at the party headquarters, Nyoro called for the timely release of capitation funds to ensure the smooth running of schools.
Na tunataka tutoe onyo hapa. Serikali lazima watume pesa ya capitation katika mashule zetu. Na pesa ya capitation principals wanajua ni 22,000 shillings. Ile 14,000 wametuma wanasema ni capitation. Na wanasema wamemaliza kutuma capitation. That money is not enough. Na tunasema watume pesa. We have over 1.3 million school going children wenye hawako kwa shule sasa. Kwa sababu elimu imesabaratishwa hapa Kenya. Tunasema waajibike. These are the kind of issues we want addressed.
This comes as the government says it has released 18.5 billion shillings in capitation funds to public basic education institutions as school reopened for the third term. Of the allocation, 1.4 billion shillings will go to free primary education, 6.14 billion shillings to free day junior secondary education, and 10.96 billion shillings to free day secondary education. And that's the news. I'm Sheila Timbur.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Residency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje, kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Good morning to you at 10 minutes after 8 o'clock and into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation on this Tuesday. And at this hour, we get into a number of things because like we said yesterday when we had this conversation, we were like, okay, so what exactly is going on? Is there a target? Is there what's that thing called when you're taking an archer's? It's the
bullseye.
The bullseye is the very center of the... I can't remember what that thing is called, but I'll find the name in a minute. But do we have many bull's eyes all over the place? Is it one bull with many eyes, many bulls with all their eyes? Which case is it now when it comes to the united opposition? And is the opposition truly united? We're having that conversation this hour. And to then be able to guide this conversation with us, Dr. Mukhisa Kituyi is the spokesperson and head of the Secretariat of the United Opposition, interestingly enough. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
How are you doing?
I am fine.
Yeah? Good to see you. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Thank you for being here this morning. We're going to talk about a number of things, so maybe you can be our... now that we're talking about directions, the true north, show us where we are going.
Magnetic north, maybe.
Magnetic north. Speaking about directions, we go around the African continent every week. We land in a different African country and come back with their proverbs. Dennis shares those with us, and then we'd love to hear your interpretation.
Yes, today we are in Morocco. Rabat, capital city. Casablanca is a big city that deals mostly about economy that runs the country. So they say if you want to enjoy the culture, you go to Rabat. But if you want to have a good party, you go to Casablanca.
Well, I've been to both Casablanca and Rabat.
So you've done both activities?
Done both. Yeah. But I think I found more regal culture in Casablanca
than Rabat. Ah, right.
True.
Yeah, but now
it's home to very, very nice golf courses.
Golf courses, right. So another thing that stands out is if you think about the artistry, we think about tiles that you'd get from Morocco, their fabric as well, very beautiful designs, and their cuisine as well. So couscous is one that stands out. How did you like their couscous?
I have never been particularly fond of couscous, and I've tried it in many places. Yeah, but it is good, but I find much more interesting stuff there also than the couscous.
We can just say it. It's not really that good.
But they do very nice
tagine with other meats.
No, the cured
meat.
That is done in a pit in the ground.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Very nice. Yes.
Now let's go to the proverb. I pointed out to the stars, and all you saw was the tip of my fingers. I pointed out to you the stars, and all you saw was the tip of my fingers. How would you interpret it?
Well, in a way, I think to me it's the vastness of space. And that you are like the top of a pin from far looking out at the stars. And even more miniature when stars look down at you, they can barely find you. That the immensity of space shows you how little you can be.
Yeah.
Wow.
We often think about ourselves as quite the flavor of the month, but in comparison to other things, we're actually quite small, aren't we?
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Maybe even unnoticeable.
Yeah,
if you look at it in the grand scheme of things.
You and doesn't even take note of your presence.
Ouch. How's that for a political lesson?
Yeah.
Interesting. So yesterday we were a bit confused, and I think that you coming today, though that was previously arranged, then worked very well in the scheme of things, because then we wanted to have an understanding, Mukhisa, of what exactly is going on, if it's necessary to have an understanding at this moment of if there's a presidential candidate of the United Opposition, what is the position of the United Opposition. Everybody says, I'm a presidential candidate, but I would give way to another. Can you see how we are
first
confused?
of all, a number of clarifications. I am not holding brief for any candidate in this conversation.
All right.
Even this idea of a spokesman for the United Opposition has pretty much been dysfunctional.
Okay.
That every party leader would rather issue statements for himself.
Okay.
After about 8 months of trying to establish a common secretariat for the opposition, I've basically given up.
Oh, really?
So don't ask me to speak for a non-existent secretariat.
Okay.
I know there is opposition. I know there is important positives in the sense that in spite of the very, very significantly competing egos, everybody is united in the desire that they should not be responsible for a second term for William Ruto. That's the most important takeaway. And there's also another thing, which is the mood of the public is holding people's egos to ransom. And everybody who's desirous that he or she must be the one is very, very consciously struggling not to be seen as the spoiled kid or what comes. Beyond that, I think there are major challenges, and you get to see many of them in contradictory statements, failure to do any one thing at the same time, all people, and this kind of things. So those are the challenges.
Yeah.
There are challenges, but I remain fairly optimistic. Yeah.
Is it normal? Is it expected?
It is very normal.
It's expected at this time for this to be happening?
I was in the year of our Lord 2000, up to 2002, at the center of building a common ground and united opposition involving Wamalwa, Charity Ngilu, and Mwai Kibaki. While the candidates themselves, by and large, were very positive and wanting to engage, behind them were constituents who were very rapid in their obsession that it's my way or the highway. And it was also very difficult to tame the egos and the arrogance of some of the supporters of the candidates. So to me, what I see now is nothing particularly new. But particularly now, what's interesting is there's a much more widespread desire to send Ruto to Sugoi than there was to send Uhuru to Gatundu in 2002. So which is an important building block for what the opposition has to do.
Yeah, Dr. As we talk about the competitor's ego within the United Opposition, one would say it is playing to the advantage of William Ruto coming back. If these competing egos are not dealt with sooner, perhaps then there would be one way or the other that the president takes advantage of it, because he's also a good student of politics. So is that in one way then working against the United Opposition's agenda of like sending Ruto home?
Okay, the opposition's desire to unite, to me, is fairly genuine.
Yeah.
But what usually happens is not for fear that Ruto might come back. Like I mentioned, that every person doesn't want to carry the cross, that I'm the one who was responsible for disrupting, for betraying the wishes of the population. It could play in the hands of Ruto, but for two reasons that it does not totally do so. The first reason is that Ruto is not making any effort to rehabilitate his image in the public. The continued bribery at State House using public resources, the wastefulness of his pompous style of going to Dubai every 2 weeks at the expense of the Kenyan taxpayer. the lopsided appointment to public office, they are all eroding the possibility of him coming back. He's beating himself to a large extent. That's one. The second thing is, in 1997, Moi retained power after winning 94% of the popular vote. No, sorry, 34% of the popular vote. Because the opposition was united, was divided. But Ruto cannot enjoy that luxury. Even if the opposition is divided and he gets 45% of the vote, he has to be subject to a one candidate against him in the next round. But that is a worst case scenario to me. The critical thing is, how do we build momentum for a unified force against the status quo? There are 2-3 different routes to this, and that is partly what I think is causing some anxiety for opposition groups. One position is to say, let us have every person clean up his neighborhood to be the paramount chief of his tribe or his region. I have cleaned up mine, I have so many votes. You go and clean up yours, you'll have so many votes. Then let's come and sit down and say, now who commands the largest army? Let him be the one to lead us into this war. So that is one thinking. There's another thinking, that there has to be a unit of purpose. What are the core governance and policy issues that are driving the agenda of unity? What is the primary goal of next government for the first 100 days after elections? Let us look at what you stand for and how many people rally around your call to be the basis of choosing who is to represent us. And there's a third course. Let us all continue mobilizing our supporters, and then we find a way of democratically having fair numbers of each person's representatives meet in a conclave, and then pick one of us to be the presidential candidate with swearing that we are going to put this. So these are realities, and when I say these things, you start imagining which particular presidential candidates I'm speaking about.
Yeah.
They exist in that space. We suffer them every day. But we live with this as a reality in this country. Right?
Do you think there's an element of confusion that's then introduced into the minds of Kenyans who are saying, okay, well, this is what we want, as you've established. However, the person who's going to deliver it, when everybody's saying it could be me or it is not me, but so understand where the confusion comes in.
I don't think there's a confusion. I don't think there's a confusion among the electorate. Even in the political leadership, a fairly high level of public intellectuals. There's concern that there's insufficient traction with policy. That not many people are competing for fundamental ideas on the content of the next government. We know what we're running away from, but we are not sufficiently building what we're running to. And how do we make that enhance the political sex appeal of policy?
Right.
I think is a public and national agenda that has always been dear to me. Unfortunately, only a section of the opposition is grappling with it, and attempts to make this the substance of discussion at retreats have not been very successful, to the best of my knowledge.
I mean, you mentioned something that is critical in the sense that one of the ways that the United Opposition is looking at it is the fact that you go clean up your house, then come back with your number of votes, right? But whilst each and every single person is going back to their community, at the end of the day, you need Kenyans to believe you
I do
and
not
trust.
believe in the politics of ethnic balkanization. I mention it as one of the trends, not as something that I prefer.
So,
and significantly, I mention it as a problem, not as a solution.
So within then these mergers that are coming together, how does the agenda of Kenya then overshadow every other facet that does exist? Do you see that happening?
I hope it will happen. I remain very, very optimistic. But the thing is that you are trying to package squares and rectangles and triangles and circles. So there's lots of spaces that don't fit in very well. But this is a challenge that I believe we'll be able to surmount. And, in the early days of the second liberation, we had this advantage. There was a large body of civil society players Citizens Coalition for Constitutional Change, Mwangaza, Muungano, Mageuzi, forces. There were these independent sector and civil society organizations and progressive religious leaders who helped to perfect the process of position aligning around issues. Unfortunately, in Kenya today, that's not there. We do not have a rigorous, non-political civil organization or movement. Sound bites from social media are not sufficient. The dark spots on religious organizations because of the wicked alignments they took at the last election has reduced their voice and their credibility as a rallying point by and large. So it becomes a bit more challenging. That, we have to look inside the political class to find what is a concrete agenda. I hope, and I've been getting some positive signals on this, that the younger players coming with the Linda Mwananchi are talking more positively about the importance of agenda than the legacy political leaders. And that is very helpful. That is something I'm very optimistic about. So I just look that if we could build the platform of governance's core values that you stand for, core commitments to restitution, core commitment to fighting corruption, regardless of your own personal background, a commitment to a renewal of economic opportunity in Kenya, particularly reducing government's overborrowing and overbearing hand in the national economy, and in increasing accessibility of affordable credit to entrepreneurs as the drivers of economic renewal. If we can just start building around these issues, they become a lot more exciting to me than to say that I have organized my region, you go home and organize your region. That's yesterday politics.
There's a lot more. What do you make of what we're hearing very loudly about what everybody's bringing to the table? Is it time to get rid of the table and say, just focus on what you talk about when you talk about policy and what it's really going to take to build a nation? I mean, we know where you sat in a global position, and you sat with the movers and shakers of the economic world who understood what it meant to take a country from 1 to 5. What it needs, really needs. And when we hear people now having conversations around, well, we're going to take Kenya to 2060, or what you need to do is go bring your cousins from your community and let's now come. Does that matter? Who brings what to the table?
You know, players who mobilize at the grassroots in their communities for people to reject government are very important players in this process. But then there are other cross-cutting players. To me, Linda Mwananchi does not represent an ethnic territory. It cuts across regions. It cuts across ethnic communities. They bring something else. So don't put everything into, don't put square pegs into round holes. Those who can help mobilize at the community level are very important, like what Gashagwa has done in the mountain region and what Natembeya has done in the Luya region. These are important, but we cannot say that the opposition is going to be a composite body built on ethnic blocks mobilized by the paramount chiefs of those blocks. Can say those people have a role to play, but the glue of opposition should be what you stand for in the days after Ruto's government to redeem hope in Kenyans that it is possible to have a better Kenya than what we're going through now.
So do you agree with President William Ruto? It sounds like you're agreeing with him when he says that there must be an agenda beyond Ruto must go.
There is an agenda beyond Ruto must go, and Ruto does not have an agenda to talk of. I mean, I wish Ruto could be running on record, not on promise. He's been around as deputy president for 10 years, as president now nearly we're going into the 5th year. He cannot just talk about I'm good because the others don't have an agenda. You came with a flip-seat agenda and it collapsed from day one. You've just displayed the politics of greed, the politics of brutal violence, the politics of betrayal. selling black people in South Sudan because you're getting gold from those criminals called Rapid Deployment Forces, giving Kenyan passports to criminals who belong to jail and not on real earth, for the slaughter of black people in Darfur and Zagawa. I mean, he has bloodied hands. He should tell us what redeems him to deserve even to be a candidate. Yes. Not to lecture us that he is knowledgeable, he has a PhD. Of course we know. He paid someone to write a PhD for him. And I have asked him so many times to challenge me on this. He should not pretend to have credentials he has never earned.
And these things that you're saying, of course, you will corroborate.
Yes, I could corroborate. And we all know about the Meru guy who wrote Ruto's the PhD thesis. I have done a PhD. Let Ruto show us the published works he has published as a student of a PhD. That's a requirement normally.
Yes, it is.
Not just what that gentleman whom then he promoted because he became president wrote. But critically, the destruction of this country under Ruto's government constitutes a challenge that the next government must deal with.
Yes.
We are all committed that will reverse the road to the decline of the country, the collapse of rule of law, the collapse of institutional government. Look at what has been happening recently. You saw Wetangula going to a public function and saying, I took you to the president and he gave every one of you appointment letters to go and appoint people. These days, people are given a number of slots to go and bring people to join the disciplined forces. You remember the other clown who was giving appointment letters for teachers at funerals? But this is the Ruto government. This is a total collapse of institutional government. Look at what they've been doing. You just saw World Bank sanctioning the face of e-citizen. And I was sitting with some respectable Kenyans one time when Ruto was angrily lashing at senior civil servants as to why their departments and ministries had not onboarded e-citizen. Every time Ruto does something like that passionately, it is out of personal material interest. And those poor souls were hesitant because they saw the theft, the fraud that e-citizen was. Now here we are today. You must start the process of committing that will deal with the criminality of e-citizen. All this wealth that they're flaunting, they will pay for it because they are stealing from us in the name of a digital government. The World Bank has flagged it.
Yes, they have.
Many civil servants in Kenya raised it. The Auditor General, the Control of Budget have raised it. We cannot pretend this away and say, no, this guy, in spite of all this, is good because the other side does not have a policy agenda. What is a better agenda than ending this destruction of Kenya by Ruto? And then say, what is the best way to construct an alternative process on this? Some of us are sitting in the background with a lot of persons who are committed to this cause, preparing their positions about what should the next government be dealing with.
You've mentioned that President William Ruto should be running based off his record.
Yes, what he has been doing.
Right, not on promises. Because promises he did before he got elected, right?
Exactly.
Now, as we talk about that, then the agenda seemingly is to right the wrongs that have happened during Ruto's administration.
That is just part of it.
But then again, as even many move forward, you look at what the young people have been pushing, good governance, a rule of law, with that as well. One asks the question, then how should opposition approach this to make it easier for them to win?
All right, there are a number of things. Opposition should not only rally around things that make them win. They should also rally around things that commit them to reviving the potential and realizing the dream that Kenya represents. So to me, just saying Ruto must go and showing all the evil Ruto has done can make you win an election. But I think as a nation, we want to revive belief in democracy. And the best way to do it is that even as we admonish Ruto, we prepare a comprehensive binding covenant between the opposition and the people of Kenya, which will be like the marking scheme against which they are assessed as government. So to me, these are two processes, not just for the purpose of winning an election, but purposes of redeeming Kenya. This country, I've been around the world. I've had the privilege to visit 120 countries in my life. And there are not many places that are better than this place. There are not many places with the better enterprising citizens and patient citizens than Kenya. But we are betraying them because we do not unlock the potential that Kenyans have of building a fantastic country. So to me, Ruto has been a sad experience for this country. But can we now prepare to unlock the potential of Kenyans? Apart from blocking the excess of Ruto, can we commit to a radical agenda of realizing what is possible with Kenyans?
What is
so
possible?
That goes beyond what is possible.
Can we go into this a little bit?
Yes,
because a lot of times
do that.
what we do is that we talk about a situation as foreboding as it may be, and that we don't give ourselves the latitude to then look into the possibility.
Right.
And so without looking into the possibility, then you are limited in your thinking by not then saying, this is actually what you can do.
Yeah, can I say a bit about what we can do?
Yeah.
You see, starting actually in the period of Uhuru Kenyatta, and now coming and becoming particularly bad under Ruto, there has been a transition in the idea of what is development. I was a minister in Kibaki's government, and we were very conscious that development in Kenya meant a number of critical things. Removing the hurdles for primary producers, informal sector, agricultural farmers, pastoralists, fishermen, and those removing the hurdles for them, for example, in the dairy sector, was represented by government at cabinet resolving and buying at inflated price KCC back and availing it as the purchaser of last resort and stabilizer of primary produce in the dairy sector. That you are focusing on a producer to be the engine of economic development. Similarly, government knew that you have to reduce domestic borrowing in order to make credit available and affordable to entrepreneurs. Government should not compete with business people in borrowing money from banks, because banks will give all the money to government and increase the cost of credit to the entrepreneur. 3, that you measure success in how the rising boards are pulling the others up. As people start feeling wealth, they trigger spending and more wealth among the citizens. Now, that is one model of development. And it's a model I'm very happy about. Development is driven by the people, the entrepreneurs, the primary producers, the workers, the investors. There's another thinking that development is how much money government collects and then demonstrates that I have built this, I have built that. So you go and crowd out money in expensive external loans. You borrow excessively from banks and through the government treasury paper on the stock markets. You suck in all the money and you think you have developed because you have a large budget. Ballooning the public debt, increasing the cost of credit, starving entrepreneurs of money, and you say we have developed because we do as a road from Rironi to Mau Summit. That mentality is sickening, because that is not what grows Kenya. Infrastructure is an enabler of development. It is not development. If you build infrastructure and you're destroying enterprise, you are not growing the country. So you have to say, let us optimize the infrastructure we built. Let us rationalize how a percentage of public resources we put into infrastructure. But most importantly, let us make entrepreneurs accede credit at affordable price by not borrowing too much on the domestic markets, and let them drive the economy. Let government be the prefect of good manners in a competition between enterprises. That dialogue does not exist under Ruto. And that's a dialogue I say, if there's something that we stood on the shoulders of Mike Kibaki about, this is what we have to bring back into the public mentality about what is development in this country.
I mean, Dr. It's also been looked as development not just being brick and mortar. It is what you've mentioned in terms of manufacturing being there, not crowding local debt, stopping over borrowing, and moving together, ensuring that everybody moves. But as well, there is development where the social aspect of Mwananchi as well is key, where you look at education, free education for everybody else. As we talk about the Gen Z who are speaking loud as we speak at the moment, it's many are saying they are the beneficiaries of free education under Mwai Kibaki. Now, when you talk about development such that each and every single person has gone through the system, you've handled your basics, your healthcare system is working, then at the end of the day, you have a healthy nation, you have an education population that then becomes your greatest resource in helping you develop and move the country forward. Would you reckon?
You know, I don't think there's any major difference between what you're saying and what I'm saying. I just picked one thing about the thinking about what is development. But of course, the celebration of national development is the realization of social goals, like access to a quality education, access to affordable quality health care, and the related social concerns, and of course social justice. These matters are important, but what I'm saying is that the economic underpinnings of a progressive and popular, successful social policy are returning to genuine net productivity and competitiveness of made in Kenya. You know, we have been so busy loading every enterprise with corruption, with the demands of political bureaucracy. I've looked at it, it has pained me. How much they're just parasites who sit on government contracts and they're skimming away what will be the profit margins for enterprise. So much so that nothing grows. Now, unless you remove those monkeys from the backs of producers, you are not going to turn around this country. As it were, we already have certain structural problems that we have to deal with. We are struggling in a country where we have built a very, very expensive public political bureaucracy. From the MCS office and attendant employees there, to the county offices, to the governors pretending they're small presidents, to a president pretending he's a small god, and all the underlings that are pinning onto them and stripping the public of money through corruption. We cannot afford this bureaucracy. At the end of the day, we'll have a conversation as a country. Our experiment at devolution, we constructed a monster we cannot afford. That's just under normal circumstances. But we're adding to that burden the cost of corruption. I just saw it recently. I was telling people, informal studies were showing the cost of bribery for getting appointed in different counties. If you want to become a nurse employed by the county of Bungoma, you must pay a bribe of 200,000 shillings. The same job in the county of Vihiga is 100,000 shillings. But it is known, so every candidate knows that you have to find this money, go and sell some land and come, that you must stand a chance by giving the right person the 100,000. Do you see how we're destroying our country? Do you see the hopelessness of young persons coming into the labor market?
It doesn't seem so difficult to see from what you talk about now. I mean, the examples that can be given about what the case may be. However, it would appear as though people are having totally different conversations, as though folks existed in a different stratosphere. Why would that be that I can see very clearly that there's a problem here? I mean, we've not even started to scratch the surface when we look at education and the things that are going on. It shocked me because I knew that it was bad, but I didn't realize how bad it was until I saw the numbers about capitation that even gets to schools. We're doing maybe 50%. We're doing at the most in the last 5 years, 75%.
And your president just promised that now you'll have free university education.
And how is that going to happen?
You cannot give free secondary education.
So how can these two competing conversations be taking place in the same country? And if you say, if you mention it, you're told that, well, then, you know, you're an enemy of
but you see,
progress.
I have to say this with respect. The Barasa Limited, the Standard Media Group and its affiliate news outlets are carrying an inordinate burden. You know, you remain the only genuine, independent and significantly large media house in the country. And you have been very important in exposing some of the mendacity of those in government. It's very, very important. Like I said, it becomes even a more inordinate burden because you don't have the benefit of a vibrant civil society to backstop the work you do. But then some of us are pushing to the extent that we are able to influence, to mainstream this conversation. Yeah, we must get rid of Ruto. It's critical, a minimum necessity for this country to be revived, but it's not sufficient. Yeah, so now we have to dig into the content of what will be next government. There's a major debate going on. I remember I have sat with some of the principals from the opposition and who are discussing policy. There's some people like Martha Karua, who very strongly believe that whatever it takes, this country can afford to immediately say, we must have free primary and secondary education at all costs. While we deal with the other stages, and others who are saying more gradually, let us first of all build a financial base that can sustain that at a quality level before we make it as a public. So there's that conversation. But what I would like to see is increasingly the anti-Ruto forces being subject to this conversation by the media, by society. Let us take positions and commit ourselves. What will we do to the thieves who are thrived because of stealing from us?
What should be done? I'm sorry, you have to jump in there and say,
if I had my way, I would reinvent the gallows.
Oh, come on.
I've been listening to President Ruto saying on the way to Singapore. You know, if Ruto was in Singapore, he will be in jail for life. Singapore got where it was because major thieves in high office were sent to jail. So when I listen to thieves saying they want to take us to Singapore, I think they're taking themselves to the gallows, if it worked. You cannot have such abuse of office, such massive stealing from the taxpayer, and then you tell the same taxpayers you want to take them to Singapore. That is a major contradiction. I believe strongly that unless this country punishes criminals who steal from the public, criminal theft from the public will never come to an end. So we must reach a point where we say, the Rubicon, we're crossing the Rubicon. Past and present thieves have to pay for what they've done. Botswana is getting ahead of us because it punishes criminality. All these things about saying forgive the past is what has led us to where we are. This country must say, Ruto, this must come back to the taxpayer. All these experimentations that have ripped us off with all his partners in all the gurus that you start a housing program because you're a supplier of materials. So it doesn't matter. You can belittle people who say it is stupid to go into a village and build a 16-story house. I've been to Funyula. I've seen in Trazoya. To just say affordable house is construction of high-rise buildings, and you go and put in one village, and the population who could occupy that live about 20 kilometers away in another village where they grow their cassava and millet. And you think they will be walking to this high-rise to sleep because affordable housing, and in the morning they walk 10 kilometers
to the farm.
to go to their farms? It's a statement about your naivety, not about the naivety of the population. But that's for another day. I think fundamentally, reason must return to the creation of public policy. Here, whims have been driving. Our president listens to a few people and he gets up and he becomes like a professor in the things that I've said. And you get people like David Ndii confusing Ruto totally. And because they are called doctors, he believes they know what they're talking about. And he repeats, he mouths the stuff they're saying.
I mean, Dr. a country cannot be run on promises. It's at the end of the day, boots on the ground and delivery on the promises that you did make.
Yes, I agree.
Again, you look at, if you look at, we go back to Kibaki. He was as good as his team, allowed his team to work. Now, here we are in this government where many pundits are accusing the president of controlling each and every single facet of his government, despite the fact that even individuals who are in appointment are questionable. How does that affect delivery for any government if individuals are not worth the metal?
You know, one of the main failings of the Ruto regime eventually will be the centralization of all executive power and ministerial power at State House. I've listened to people who have been in cabinet, or at least one of them I can mention because he has also come out publicly on this, Professor Nduh, the former Minister for Treasury. Ruto is like the head of the orchestra, and other persons have to play according to these instruments. They raise your voice, lower your voice. This is where we are going. Now let's have the tenor. Now the bass come up.
Harmony checking.
And they are all responding like puppets before the puppet master. Unfortunately, that is one of the main flaws of a government of this type. I have always said that one of the best things about Mwai Kibaki is that he gave you a ministry and he gave you the responsibility. You are accountable to him and to cabinet, but he gave you space to work. So long as it's rationalized through collective decision, this is the direction government is going. That does not exist now. And it's just, it is a political culture that is going to hurt us very, very, very much. There's another thing, and this I partly blame on my friend Uhuru Kenyatta. Kibaki's government had a roadmap about where it was going. Vision 2030 was the guiding star of development planning for 5-year blocks. You are headed in that direction. And the prefect of this process was the National Economic and Social Council. So you have an nonpartisan interdisciplinary council that hold government to account, that you justify what you are doing on the basis of the larger vision. The raison d'etre of government is your competence in executing building blocks towards 2030. The destruction of the National Economic and Social Council and the abandonment of the road towards 2030 has been one of the main failings of both the Uhuru and the Ruto governments. They are sailing without a compass. Now, when he comes out of the blue and asks my friend Anyang' Nyong'o and Michael Chege and the other guy from Singapore, please prepare us a way to go to Singapore. It's ridiculous. You have demonstrated you don't believe in being guided by a vision. You don't believe in collegial leadership that allows others to also think and participate in implementing things. You think you sit there and you manipulate the puppets to do what you want. And then you go to church and say, this God has granted us leadership and given us way to go forward. You give God a bad name.
When we look at all of this, it plays still very well within the nexus of other things. And even as we go to an election, this is probably the process that will allow a lot of the things that you mentioned come back into play.
They should be in play now.
They should be. And if they're not in this case, you have an opportunity to do it.
Media, civil society players, academia should all hold opposition their feet to the fire on this. We want your commitment. We want your commitment to an alternative scenario and sense of what this country should be.
And
when I'm saying these things here,
Mm.
I'm not just trying to defend or justify the opposition or criticize some of my colleagues in the opposition. I'm saying this national conversation has to grow.
Yeah.
Let us raise the political sex appeal of policy. Let us get the different players pledge their fidelity to a national renewal, redemption of hope among the hopeless, that there can be a better tomorrow, and you have an idea about how to make that tomorrow better.
One of the ingredients that plays around the same process is how safe people feel in a space whereby they can actually demonstrate some of the things that you mention. And the security situation at the time doesn't look very good. A man that I know that you had many conversations with was Kofi Annan. His foundation has told us that it's very possible. And interestingly enough, he played a major, if not the major role in brokering peace between the two sides in 2007, after the 2007 election violence. But the foundation which he started before his death has said that there's a possibility to 84% of Kenya going into a space where it's going to be violent again. So in the move to have all of these things which you've demonstrated come into play, there is still the need to secure the people of Kenya, but that seems to be going left at the moment.
I see where you're coming from. I share a sense of anxiety about the very frail security situation in our country. There are a number of problems. Ruto has appointed an extremely reckless, irresponsible, and unknowledgeable idiot to be the minister responsible for security. He threatens security by his very, very primitive utterances, instead of reassuring people that the security of the country is in able hands.
You say that with confidence.
Does not deserve to be a minister of anything, least of all to be the minister responsible for security in this country. He's been an unmitigated failure, and I think he's the worst security minister, even if you include the drunken guy called Oletipis.
Dr. Is that tone set from the top? Why do I say that? Because remember, immediately during the Gen Z protest, the president came out calling demonstrators children, and we must deal with our children. You know, there is also the statements that were, the president said, shoot on the leg.
Yeah.
Another member of parliament said, shoot to kill.
Yes.
The cabinet secretary, shoot, I will represent you in court. When the tone is set at the top,
people come with one finger, cut the finger.
Yes.
Like Councillor Letich said in the dark 90s.
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't go to the protest if you're told goons will be there. Yeah. When that tone is what we see, what does that portend? Or what does that represent, especially when you're getting towards the election, which is charged?
It shows you, first of all, those drunk with the delusions of power expose their naivety, their emptiness when given a chance. You don't listen too much to Murkomen to know that absolutely he gives scholarship a bad name. He has fairly good schools, but you listen to the kind of idiot that you have who can go through school and remain an meathead. And that's what I think Murkomen is. There are other genre provocateurs like Duale, who sees every opportunity as an opportunity to add to the millions of Somali wealth, and things that you please your boss by throwing insults at the Kikuyu community. But of course, they are showing you something. When Ruto's closest people come out blatantly with these stupid things, you know he listens to them talk this. These are things he talks with them. So they cannot just walk out and say such outrageous things, which will normally lose you the job as a minister, unless they know that their boss is comfortable with what they're saying. These are things he says when he was with them. That's why they come out and say this. When a person entrusts his engagement with the public to persons like Farouk and Sudi, what is the value of the education Ruto went through school for? If he appreciates that these are the kind of persons who represent the face, the image of his government to the Kenyan people, how can these ones help us to reassure us that the goonism that they unleashed in the elections in Malava, the goonism that were unleashed so blatantly in Homa Bay recently, is not a test run for evil things they want to do in this country? Sometimes some of us think we're pushing the country to the brink. But Kenyans have a way of retreating from the brink. And our only hope is that we'll retreat from these dark clouds that are being deliberately manufactured to retain power at any cost.
In a couple of days, Kenya celebrates its 16th year of a new constitution. I don't know if it's new after 16, but it's been 16 years. It has not been completely entrenched or followed through. A couple of schedules still unmet yet. But the rule of law and constitutionalism is something that seems to have been battled with by a lot of people. Is this election in 2027 an opportunity to bring back the tenets of the Constitution, even if in a couple of days you celebrate the promulgation of it?
All right. Part of the challenge that we're facing today is that the person who consistently and persistently opposed the promulgation of a new constitutional order has been given the responsibility to husband that constitution. There's no time in the history of Ruto as an adult where he ever stood for the right causes on the constitutional debate. He was always part of the reverse gear. So we succeeded in spite of Ruto. And then he becomes the beneficiary of that new constitution. We cannot look to him to implement constitutionalism and the rule of law. And that's part of the crisis of this country. And I like the way some people, basically the whole opposition, have been insisting that we need a government that at the core fundamentally believes in the rule of law and return to constitutionalism. And I think as we commemorate 16 years of the new constitutional order, we want to start looking into the members of the political class that rededicate themselves to the values, the ethos of the constitutional order, and particularly the governance agenda of Chapter 6 of that Constitution.
Yeah.
This is very, very important, I think, as we go on. Of course, after the election, when outside the heat of contested politics, we will need at an appropriate time to revisit the structure and content of our Constitution. As I mentioned earlier, we cannot afford this pyramid of political offices that we constructed in the new constitution order. And similarly, we have to find a way of entrenching more clearly the organs and positions of public office. The experiment with the Senate has not been a success. The experiment with women representatives has not represented women. These are some of the gray areas we must clean up again as a nation. But that national conversation can only be executed under the guidance of a team of leaders that believe in the rule of law and constitutionalism.
Doctor, as we come to the top of the hour, one asks the question then, anyone who is in government leads the people. The people must believe you, the people must trust you, and the people will tell you whether you're working or not. Because if you're not listening to the people, you have no business being in that office. Public participation.
I'm sure that Ruto can confirm what you just said.
Yeah. So when you don't listen to the people, who exactly are you ruling? One asks the question.
No, there are some people get into office and they think they are now so powerful. They insulate themselves against the people. They talk at the people. They are not responsive or accountable to those people. They make themselves so clever that if you disagree with them, it just means you're stupid. We have seen such village bumpkins pretending that they are knowledgeable. They come, but they will pass. Kenya will be here. There's a lot of intelligent Kenyans who are seeing through all this. But I think is that the alternative groups must start putting content on the front burner of preparations for the next election and the next government. We'll pray to God to give us the strength, the courage, but also the brain to do what is right.
A good place to end, Dr. Mukhisa Kituyi. Thank you for joining us this morning. Let's keep these conversations front and center. You speak in our language. Asante Sana, I look forward to the next one with you. Stuff to remember.
Thank you very much.
Asante Sana, it's 9 a.m.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the news. I'm Sheila Tembor. The High Court in Marsabit has temporarily suspended the government's plan to make travel health insurance mandatory for foreign visitors entering the country. Justice Francis Rayola Olel issued the orders after two Marsabit residents challenged a Gazette notice requiring visitors staying for less than 12 months to have medical cover worth at least $50,000. The court has suspended implementation of the notice pending the hearing of the case on 16th September. The petitioners have raised concerns over the government's legal mandate, public participation, data privacy, and the use of the electronic travel authorization system to verify insurance. The government has been given 10 days to respond after being served with the petition, while the petitioners will have 5 days to reply. The government says to continue improving the welfare of police and prison officers through better salaries, healthcare, housing and working conditions. Speaking during the 27th passing out parade for prison service cadets in Waweru, Deputy President Kithure Kindiki, who represented the president, said the reforms are aimed at strengthening this prison service.
That is why the government has continued to invest in the modernization of the Kenya Prison Service. We cannot demand a modern correctional service from officers working with outdated tools, inadequate infrastructure, and difficult living conditions. Following phase 1 and 2 of the salary review, entry-level remuneration for prison constable rose by more than 36%, while the maximum point on the salary scale increased by approximately 24%. Phase 3 took effect on 1st July 2026, further demonstrating our commitment to the welfare and motivation of our correction officers.
Kindiki said the reforms include the construction of affordable housing for offices across the country and improve operational capacity through the government motor vehicle leasing program.
On housing, the service is set to benefit from 28,000 units under the affordable housing program, including 9,000 units to be procured through public-private partnerships. Plans are also at an advanced stage to establish modern prisons in Kitale, Homa Bay, and Kisii. We are also strengthening operational capability under Phase 7 of the government motor vehicle leasing program. I will shortly flag off on behalf of the President 41 vehicles to expand the service operational fleet with further investment in electric vehicles on the way.
And conflicting settlements are emerging over claims that some Ugandans are being registered as voters in the country. Chepchirchir Ward representative in Trans Nzoia County, Peter Chakali, has opposed the alleged registration, warning that allowing Ugandan nationals to cross into Kenya and vote in the upcoming general election will undermine democracy and compromise the credibility of the electoral process. He has also called on the IBC to ensure that the voter registration process is conducted in accordance with the law and the constitution.
Uganda wanaandikisha vitambulisho imefika 81,000. Budget yetu inaenda Uganda kuandikisha watu kura. Na watu wetu wa Uganda, sisi tunawapenda. Kujeni mufanye biashara, shikeni vitambulisho mkitaka kupigia rais kura kule kwa diaspora kwa ubalozi. It will be well and good. Lakini sisi wenyewe tuchaguane hapa. Fair game ni sisi wa Kenya wenyewe. Lakini kwenda kutafuta kura ya ukombozi, sisi hataki, hapa sio Uganda. Hatuwezi kubali urindi ya watoto wetu yende. Hata nimeambia Waluya wetu ambao wanatupigia kura kutoka Uganda wasikuje. Wabakia wapi?
And that's the news. I'm Sheila Tembor.
Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Dennis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there? How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we may find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, Why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, staki kuongea today. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And thank you for keeping it with us in the Situation Room this morning. It's now 8 minutes after 9 o'clock and into the final hour of our conversations this morning. And I'm just going to give a trigger warning now, because some of the things that you will hear will, I mean, we've talked about them in the headlines, but some of them, when you hear them in detail, will then get you to a place whereby you say there is no option but to change. All right? So what am I talking about? We're looking at the status of senior school education, or we can just broaden that to education in general at some point for this conversation. And we'll be able to do that today with Ms. Claudia Langat, who is the Assistant Program Officer, Policy Engagement at the Usawa Agenda, and joins us in the room this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being here this morning. Karibu. Hesbon Otieno Agola is the Deputy Secretary General of the Kenya National Union of Teachers and joins us here as well this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Good morning, Kenyans.
Karibu sana to the Situation Room. We're going to get into a lot of things today. An apt conversation. Children are going back to school today into the third term, and we're going into a heavy assessment term for a number of classes. And it's also the week that university students resume for the beginning semester of this year. So there's a lot to discuss. Let's get into it. And did you know that letters to TSC are given at State House? All right. We'll talk about that. But before we do that, let's cool things down a bit with Dennis as he gives us today's proverb for your interpretation.
Yes, today it is me setting an exam and you responding. Right? The exam today comes from Morocco, our capital, Rabat. A huge country, especially when you talk about tourism. Think about their fabric, think about their creativity and the artistry. When you look at their pottery, look at their tiles, and also their cuisine. So couscous is one of the things that stand out. Many have had different opinions, but when you visit, please have couscous, then tell us how it tastes. Now, the proverb. I pointed out to you the stars, and all you saw was the tip of my finger. I pointed to you the stars, and all you saw was the tip of my finger. Ladies go first. How would you interpret it, Claudia?
It's a matter of perspective. Yeah, whatever you see is how you interpret it.
Yeah.
So I could have a broader perspective of an issue and come up with multiple solutions, or I can just zero into one thing and provide a solution to it. Yeah. So it's perspective.
Husband, how would you interpret it?
Yeah, I would think about it as people who are not broad-sighted, people who want to think, to look at things at the narrow perspective. Instead of looking far, you might give them direction, and all they will think about is not seeing where you're supposed to go to, but they're seeing the person giving direction.
Well said. Well interpreted, Asante.
True. An analogy was shared over the weekend that in education, it's like the 3-stone fire on which you place a cooking pot. So there are the stakeholders, which are the students, parents, and then the teachers or staff in school, and at whatever level, primary, senior school, university. That 3-pronged approach is going to have to take place. So that's why it makes sense that we have a conversation like this. So when we talk about things and we complain about capitation, we complain about, teacher training, we complain about hiring, we complain about a commission, but the end product of what comes out from that process is just as, if not more important than some of the things that we discuss. We're going to start off with this report that the Usawa Agenda has come up with, and that when we're looking at students who go to grade 10, for example, they're going to senior school, and that if we are presenting students in senior school, grade 10, which before would have been what? Our Form 2? Yes. That there's a percentage of these students, to a significant enough of an amount to be concerned, that cannot read or do simple mathematical problems. Is this the case, or are we being over dramatic?
Thank you, Nduh. And that's a valid question. I will begin by saying this. The Kenyan education system is really unequal and unjust. Yeah, because we believe as a SAWA agenda that our children should get into the education system regardless of where you're coming from, regardless of your background, regardless of your disability status, or just difficulties that you're having, and you should get into the education system and benefit from it. The kind of school you go to should not dictate the outcomes. So that now all the students go to school and all of them are allowed to thrive. But the reality in our education system, and we are approaching Vision 2030. We are 4 years away from 2030. There was a commitment to equity and inclusion, right? So that all the children actually learn. But our data shows, especially the recently launched report, Junior School Report, that actually 41% of our learners are in grade 7, for example, are not acquiring the competencies in literacy and numeracy as expected. When you go to grade 9, you find 3 out of 10 grade 9s transiting to senior school without acquiring the competencies. So you're looking at a 29% of the learners transiting from grade 9 to grade 10 without acquiring the necessary competencies. What does that mean? That means even the problem did not begin at that level. The problem began at the foundational level, which I think we should start paying attention. That is at the ECD level or at the early years. Because if we do not invest too well at the ECDE level, that means our children are just transiting from one grade to another. Then what are we expected to do when we reach grade 7 or grade 9? Yeah, it just reproduces. Because, and then again with the transition policy, where in the past, when I was in school, right, you would actually be in class until you grasp the concepts and move to the next class. But now the issue of the transition policy is you have to move from one grade to another, regardless whether you're getting the concepts or you're not getting the concepts. So you just move from one grade, because even the foundational literacy and numeracy assessment report that we released again this year, majority of the learners are not even acquiring the competencies at grade 4. At grade 6, the numbers increased to 50% of them have not acquired the competencies. So the problem begins at the beginning, at the early years.
Wait. Yeah. This grade 6 that you mentioned is particularly worrisome because, and we'll come to you, Hesbon, at some point also, because there is a major assessment that's counted to the overall grade that takes place at grade 6. It's the KPSEA exam. Then you take another one at grade 9. So and it's competency based, so that competency is what is being tested at that time. And you're telling us that 50% have not reached the competency. So when you're grading, I mean, I can understand that there's a policy for 100% transition, but when you're grading and you can see that there's a problem, do you just, it's like stuff on a conveyor belt, let it just go. Elimu bora elimu, we just go. That's what we're saying.
Unfortunately, that is where we are at. And when we produce such reports, honestly speaking, it's just like a postmortem to show us this is where we are at. It's a call to action and the cry for the Kenyan child that honestly there is a problem. We appreciate everything that is going. We appreciate the movements that are happening in different spaces. But if a child cannot read at that level, you can imagine if you're looking at the skill set that we will produce at the end of the system, what kind of teachers will we have? What kind of doctors would we have? What kind of parents will we have? Because we normally say, and we say illiteracy reproduces, right? If you went to school and you didn't acquire these competencies, give birth to a child, what are you transferring to this particular child? In competency-based curriculum, there is a big role played by the parents at home. So for example, if you're a parent and you went through the system and you did not acquire the competencies, what support? You can offer support to an extent, but are you competent enough to actually support this child?
Claudia, and then maybe Hesbon, if from a teacher's perspective, you know that the student in your class, okay, let me not get to that point. Hesbon, when we say that somebody cannot read, what are we talking about? Like read, I can see SpiceFM, I can read. When we say that somebody cannot read, what does that mean?
With comprehension.
So I can read, but I don't understand what this thing is saying to me. What are the processes under which a child should then be able to read and understand? And for a teacher to then be able to say, this person has achieved this.
Thank you and for welcoming me into the conversation. And I've seen that the conversation has started with a very high speed. And I want to really appreciate that we are discussing something that is out of research. So it means that there's some evidence to the fact that there is a challenge with reading and comprehending, and then maybe the use of simple numeracy. Let me say that, just like Claudia has put it, that in education, foundation matters. I've heard you talking about bora elimu na elimu bora. We should also talk about si bora msingi, lakini msingi bora. The foundation that is being given to a child, so that that child can get the foundation of being able to eventually read for comprehension. The government of Kenya lately have started the conversation of looking at foundational learning as a very key aspect of basic education. But initially, basic education was at maybe early year learning, or what we call early childhood learning, was not being taken very seriously. And that is why you can even see, though it is constitutional, a very great divide between the management of early childhood education and basic education, where they have been separated. One has been given as a county function, and the other one as a national function under the Ministry of Education. If all this encompasses basic education, then I would believe that early learning would be considered the same way they are considering learning at primary, senior, and junior school. But because we don't even know how the curriculum is being handled at the early learning, when it is given to the county government, and each and every county operates on its own way, and they give weight in different ability of the resources that are available in the counties. So I want to bring in the aspect that as Kenya, I think we did not get it right when we have not taken care of early learning. And this is where now we come in with the foundation for literacy and numeracy. This is where we come in with the foundation of saying, how do we teach our children the basic reading skills, listening skills, and then maybe manipulation and all that, to ensure that they acquire the early, the simple reading, even reading and explaining. Like me, I remember when we were in nursery school, we used to call them nursery schools by then. You read, and then maybe you have examples you can express and maybe talk about it. So that can be a gap. The second gap is maybe on the training of teachers who are handling the early learning. Initially, there has not been put a very strong stress that the teachers who qualify to teach at baby class, nowadays they call it that. We have baby class, we have nursery schools, maybe PP1, PP2. The kind of qualitative teachers that are teaching at that level, mostly it is taken that maybe those who have dropped out of Form 4 and cannot go to maybe colleges, they acquire them, and they say that somebody who has a certain grade, let me not diminish any grade, but if somebody who has not really performed well in KCSE, but that person, you say that person can handle a child who is just joining learning at nursery school. And then you find that there is no proper structure, no proper training. So that brings already a challenge and a gap on the people who are putting the foundation, the learning foundation that these children should get. So that becomes a gap that needs to be looked at. And then now, in some countries, you'll even find that the people who are handling these children so that they can inculcate the issue of early learning are people who have been trained properly, and others are even degree holders, and others are even professors, and with specialty in handling early learning. So it is a conversation that we need to have even at the national level when we're looking at growing up children so that they acquire the simple basic skills.
When you look at the report that you came out with and the findings that are there, I immediately went back and looked at when we launched the system, there was the aspect of retooling that happened. And the retooling aspect of it has always been a subject of conversation because, like Hezbon is saying, did we ever think about the foundation blocks and even retooling ECDE teachers so that as they prepare these children, they are getting ready to get to primary, junior, senior school? Or is that just an area that was overlooked completely because we focused on what the national government wants to do? There is fine, we're constructing new ECD centers across the country, but do we have quality teachers who are in tandem with the new curriculum and are able to prepare these children as they grow up the system?
Aseto, there have been interventions, like intermittent interventions to be able to support the teachers to adequately prepare our students. But I think there was a gap in the ideation and before the implementation of the curriculum. Because as even you're preparing to cook a meal, you normally have ingredients set up or spread out. You already have a picture of how you want the meal to even taste or look like before you start cooking. So, and the critical ingredient in the education system, if you ask me, is the teacher.
Yes.
Because at times we normally say, even if students don't have adequate, maybe a classroom, but if the teacher is well trained, the curriculum will be delivered. So I think in the ideation and the planning of the CBE curriculum, there was limited thought through on the teacher and limited preparedness on the teacher to adequately prepare the curriculum, and especially the ECDE, because as Mr. Hezbon has said, the ECD now is a county function, right? And there's no standardization in how the ECDs are managed at the county level, where different counties are running the initiative the way they want or the way they envision. So currently there is no standardization of how even the curriculum should be tailored, the delivery, employment of teachers, issues of salaries. So I think that was not paid attention to, and it's not too late. We can still rethink that and review it and start doing things right.
I mean, the challenges that we see in senior school has been today. One looks at them and asks the question. If you look at those in school right now, started at grade 3, if I'm not wrong, they've gone through the process that now they are in senior school. And this is that class that is called the guinea pig of CBE. Each and every single challenge, they are the ones who've dealt with it. But we're talking about close to 9 years of the same, right? And as we talk about the same, are we allowed to still say that we are figuring it out, that we are dealing with the problems that exist? Because at the end of the day, whoever graduates at the end of the process is an individual who will plug back into the community and society and push this country forward. Do we have the luxury of saying we're still figuring it out?
Let me say that luxury is not there. And it's unfortunate that the current cohorts of grade 10 who are moving to grade 11 next year are the guinea pigs of the system. And if they're the guinea pigs of the system, because every other time you prepare the next level of teaching to handle them, then it would be most unfortunate that then as they graduate at grade 12, moving to the university, and even now I want to believe that the universities are still struggling to come up with the units that they are going to handle as they graduate, that there was no proper planning for or early preparation for the people who were supposed to handle this as it was being rolled out. And I think the mistake was in the education sector. We had a lot of conversation and pull and push without really properly agreeing that this was the general direction we wanted the transition from the former system of education to the current one. I think there was a lot of politics in it also, and it really cost us time. And so even as we are now moving to the current grade 10, moving to grade 11, I can see now is when we are struggling to retool the teachers at secondary school level. We are struggling to retool them. It is fortunate that at some level, the universities, not the universities, but the teacher training colleges are graduating teachers who are CBE compliant, but now recruiting them to the field to come and fill in the gap is another challenge, because also there is the recruitment. People are saying that maybe first out of college, first in. And first out of college are those who are not CBE compliant.
Exactly.
Yeah, they are not CBE compliant. And we have the CBE compliant who will end up not even being recruited. So we are not really dealing with the challenge that is there. So I want to believe that we still have a lot of conversation in the ministry, and some things must just be forced in if it has to work.
So
devoid of politics. Devoid of politics. And devoid of what you are saying. Politicians employing on behalf of TSC.
Okay.
Because
since we've decided to open the door,
let's walk in.
Is that not true?
No. I'm on that.
You're getting okay. Let's go.
I'm on that because now the level of employment that we are having now should not be bora kazi mtu apewe kazi. It is you upewe kazi kwa sababu that skill and that knowledge that you have is relevant to the competency-based education that we want to apply. And we have the 3 pathways. Each and every pathway should be well equipped, even as we want the children to learn. When we want to talk about social sciences, we want to talk about creative sciences, we want to talk about STEM. When we are recruiting, when you give a politician letters to go and give out, will they be considering all these factors and all these shortages that we have in the areas of need and demand? So these are the things that are really eating into our education system. And so when we talk about quality not being provided, then we have very many other things that are bringing up the gaps that we are experiencing. And we are not ready to take the bull by the horn.
So whereas education is an equalizer across, what it also does is that it provides a platform for what even happens at higher levels called critical thinking and discernment, that you can do certain things because of it. It sounds to me that the way this education system is going, that it is keeping people handicapped. It is not designed for people to get from one level of thinking to the next. It is designed to just keep you operating at, how your fuel tank can just be there with that extra tank there, and you think, itanifikisha mahali. That is what we are doing, because we're not topping up. We are just, like you said, we then retool teachers, but then first one out is first one in. So you say, okay, now what do? I give a bunch of letters to somebody at State House to hand them out to the ones who came first out. But we have a new system that demands certain things for the crop of children that you're passing through. But somehow we cannot make the connection that the people who have been trained on this system are the people who should be delivering the education in that system. Tell me I'm the one who's crazy. I don't understand.
And Nduh, let me tell you, because this thing, the way you've just said, it builds on another. Right? Alias builds on this primary. Primary builds on, on the JS, senior school, and then now the tertiary. We're discussing junior school yesterday, and we had a teacher in the room agreeing to the realities on ground. For example, JS is supposed to be the foundation of the pathways, STEM, arts and sports, and social sciences. But based on our junior school report, you still find majority of the schools do not have functional laboratories, functional computers, functional libraries. There are not sufficient teachers who are trained to teach our children in their areas of interest.
That's what we're doing.
You would find over 50% of the teachers are for social sciences, 33% are STEM. The rest, almost like 8%, are on arts and sports. So if we do not prepare our junior school students, this is where now they're navigating their interests, their desires. They actually want to know where does my future look like. So if you're not fixing this at this level, we're just transferring problems to senior school. And now when we are going to talk about the senior school report that we launched as our agenda this month, you will see the glaring differences between cluster 1 and cluster 4. Because I tend to feel like the recategorization of school was made, right? Changing the school from national, extra county,
to now
sub-county, to cluster 1, 2, 3, and 4. But the systemic and structural issues have not changed. We're still experiencing the same problem. And Nduh, you can agree, even during the admission of grade 10 students, there was crumble and partition for cluster 1 schools.
Yes, there was.
And if you sit down as a parent, where would you want your child to go?
Of course, you
honestly,
want
cluster 1 school. Because we tend to look at the outcomes and peg it on learners' ability. But that's not true. Because school level factors contribute to the overall outcomes of our children.
They do.
So I'd just like to highlight so that you know why particular parents were pushing for learners to go to cluster 1. The first inequality I'd like to mention, I think this was the highlight of our report. A child who attends a cluster 1 senior school is more than 8 times as likely to score a mean grade of C+ and above as one in a cluster 4 senior school. A child who attends a cluster 1 senior school is more than 8 times as likely to score a mean grade of C+ and above as one in a cluster 4 senior school. This relates to our KCSE results. Majority of the C, D's and the E's are accounted for by cluster 4. So the data just speaks to each other. And the saddest reality is a majority of our children go to cluster 4 schools.
Yes.
Because cluster 4 schools are majority of schools in this country. The cluster 1 schools account for 3% of our learners. And when you look at our senior school data, cluster 1 schools are better equipped in all manner of ways. Let me just mention one thing so that you know. Currently, you would hear things like cluster 1 schools are overcrowded. Fact, because our data shows a typical cluster 1 school has almost 7 times as many learners as a typical cluster 4 school. You would find, for example, in Form 4, the former system, 844, you would find Form 2, in cluster 1, there are 560 learners. You go to Form 3, 403, Form 4, 365. That is cluster 1 school.
Yes.
You go to cluster 4, Form 2, 62 learners, Form 3, 58, and Form 4, 54. Would you be surprised when we were hearing reports during the admission of grade 10 that some cluster 4 schools do not have learners?
Do not have any learners.
These are the realities. As a parent, you would want your child to go to a good school, and already there's a linkage of performance where you're seeing cluster 1 learners are performing better than cluster 4.
I have a question.
Yes.
Education is supposed to be an equalizer in the society, right? And even when we're getting into CBE at the time, these clusters categorization had been removed. Why? So that we would see some semblance of equality in our societies. Because I was asked this question once by someone from the United States. Why do we have national schools and we have provincial schools, as it were, or even village schools, let me put it like that, where education is provided for equally across board to all the students? So what does this mean when you see some schools have more investments than the other, yet the exam is one for them to proceed to the next level? At that particular point, one asks the question then, when you talk about CBE and education as an equalizer, that each and every single student should be able to access affordably so, and that does not exist, what exactly are we implementing? Where is justice when it comes to offering education to our children?
I think the idea of coming up with the competency-based education was we would have talked about God-centered idea, in that we were shifting from a situation whereby it was just competition and issue of reading for reproduction during the exams and passing exams and transiting to the next level. And I thought we were coming up with a situation whereby we were going to have education as an equalizer, as you say. And even in the greater thinking was that even we would look at equity in the distribution of resources, infrastructure, and every other thing, so that we would get those schools that we would consider as cluster 4 now and cluster 3. Initially there were sub-county and county schools, that this kind of schools would be upgraded to the level of being given the required infrastructure that would assist maybe enough laboratories for maybe chemistry, science, physics, and even maybe home science room, IT, but so that you could uplift the quality of this school, so that there would be no scramble that she's talking about, Claudia is talking about, that every other person is running for cluster 1 school because of quality. And we thought the government would really say, how do we invest to uplift these other schools, so that each and every region in this republic, if we are not talking about counties, have qualitative classrooms such that people are not all running to the schools that were initially being considered as national schools or ex-county schools, which are now at cluster 1 and cluster 2. I think the implementation is the challenge and the problem in this country. That what we have even done about this clustering, we have just changed the names. We have not changed the schools. It's just changing that now instead of saying national, ex-county, we have talked about clusters. We are going back to the initial idea. You cannot do the same things the same way and expect different results. And that is why this scramble will be there. I think it is high time. Yesterday, I was talking to in another studio, and I was saying, as stakeholders in education, we need to really rethink education. We really need to rethink education if we want to have education as an equalizer, where every child gets the same quality. Some people are even talking about that now we have entered into the struggle of transporting our children from our region to other regions to go and acquire education. While we had said that you don't need to take your child far, your child can get quality education where you are. Now all these challenges are with us because we are just making conversations, we are just making policies, but we are not really applying the policies the way they're supposed to be. And that is even where now we are politicizing education. We are politicizing education. And that is not what we should do. Education should not be politicized. Education should be an eye open to the Republic, building of human resource, the human capital that we require. And that does not give boundaries on how we need to politicize.
Indeed. I know we're going to come back and talk a little bit about this. Let's take a quick break and then we'll continue. I'm still at the place where I feel as though we're doing this intentionally to make sure that we don't progress. But we'll come back and continue with this. At 21 minutes to 10 o'clock conversation this morning with Miss Claudia and Bwana as we talk about what exactly this means for senior school. That report is coming out soon. We'll hear. All right, we'll be back after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. Traffic.
All right, so that traffic in the city is still quite heavy this morning, and it's quite heavy getting into the CBD this morning. Coming off the Thika Superhighway, we're still seeing some of that coming through towards the Pangani underpass. So today was quite something with quite a lot of traffic through and through. Coming off of Jogo Road towards Landis and then out onto Haile Selassie, very, very busy. James Gishero has some traffic in and outbound towards Wayaki Way. And we're then seeing traffic coming in from Gong Road, very heavy then. It'll cross over just there at the Junction Mall, and then you head out towards Ngong Road proper. So we're still dealing with quite some traffic this morning, likely to see this kind of activity over the next couple of days, but we'll keep an eye on everything and keep it moving. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Parent is a beautiful journey, but let's be honest, it's also a high energy sport. When your little one is comfortable, dry and free to explore, there's absolutely nothing stopping them. That's why this week on Sugar and Spice, we're celebrating your child's unstoppable milestones in partnership with Bidco. Tune in weekdays from 11 a.m., share your toddler's most unstoppable moments with us, and you could win a premium Gentle Care baby pants hamper from Bidco.
For the unstoppable, for the mother who cares.
Habari ndio hii. StarTimes tumejiamulia kukupa raha bila limit. This August, renew your monthly subscription and give your little ones a holiday packed with cartoons, imagination, adventure, and so much fun. Discover magical first discoveries on Baby TV. Enjoy Princess Doremi and Super Wings on ST Kids. Catch Fireman Sam and Thomas and Friends on Jim Jam. Step into the action with Avatar: The Last Airbender on ST Tunes. Buy the aerial decoder at only 1,399 shillings and the dish decoder at only 2,499 shillings. Get connected at any of our dealer shops countrywide. Dial *858.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 18 minutes to 10 o'clock, we continue our conversation and looking at the effects on senior school. That's how things are currently going are with Claudia and husband this morning.
Yes. Claudia, I want to bring you in and just ask the question. When we talk about changing the education system, the change as well that we saw CBE being introduced, one would have said that it is the eureka moment that Kenya needed for us to fix our education. But is it that the system does not wants to maintain the status quo because that's how we've run business all along? Is the system destroying the education that ought to be given to the children of Kenya?
Aseto, a CBE education system is very good if implemented correctly, because the system equips our children with the necessary competencies to thrive in school and also to thrive in life. Because you're looking at competencies like collaboration, communication, critical thinking. These are skills that you need as an individual, whether you're in or out of school, to be able to make it in life. If you're a business person and you have the skills, it makes sense. So I agree, the system is good, but I would still go back to what we've said here before and even now, that the implementation, it wasn't done.
Is it by design?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think it's by design. I think what happened is just a rash decision. If we had taken time and listened to what the stakeholders were saying at that particular time, because there were people who were vocal before the implementation of the CBA saying, yes, the system is good, but could we ensure that we have like a costing for the system, for example, and then analyze and see what would it cost for the government to educate a child from early years to senior school. And then when you have that in place now, start rolling out the education system, keep evaluating, keep monitoring, and see where to fix. So I think I would stand by saying that the education system is good. Where the challenge is implementation, and just people taking accountability and not realizing that a child will only be a child once. When someone misses that opportunity, we have ruined the destiny of that particular child. I keep saying, like as I'm a staffer to Sawa agenda right now, it's an opportunity that I'm stewarding. What is my contribution to the education sector? So for every person in the education sector, every stakeholder, what will the next generation say about what you did? Because let me tell you, whatever we sow, we will reap in the next 5 years by the kind of workforce that we have. Let me just paint the picture of the senior school a bit by data, because the conversation we want to have is let data and evidence guide policy, planning, implementation of projects as well. So the disparities between cluster 1 and cluster 4 and even special schools, it's good to mention that we have special schools in our country that are going through a really, really difficult time. Because if you do not take care of the learners in special school as well, that means like what are you actually doing to their lives? So I'll mention facilities in terms of data so that we have a full picture. In terms of ownership of ICT resources, comparison between cluster 1, cluster 4 and private and special schools, you would find that cluster 1 schools have a national average of 89.8% of schools have operational computer labs, compared to cluster 1 at 18.6%. of schools have operational computer labs. You look at special schools, they are at 42.1%. So at this particular point, there's the cluster 1 schools that have 3% of our learners are still leading in ICT. Right? When you go to libraries, right? Because when you look at libraries, you're looking at learning resources. And if you want to improve your literacy and understanding of concepts, you need resources, books, library, well organized. You would find that nationally, 38% of our schools, senior schools, have a library. Majority of the schools as well, 29% cluster 4 have libraries. When you look at cluster 1, they are at 79%. What is critical for STEM, and the government would like to have 60% of our children pursuing STEM pathways competently. You would find that in terms of laboratories, Nduh and Aseto, cluster 4 schools are leading in multipurpose laboratories. What do you understand by multipurpose? Multipurpose is you have a room laboratory which it has everything. Right? They're the ones leading in that particular category at 75.
Cluster 4 schools.
Cluster 4 schools at 75.8%. When you come to specific laboratories for chemistry, for biology and physics, cluster 1 schools are leading. The percentage of cluster 1 schools with these facilities are leading. For example, chemistry laboratories, 88.4% of cluster 1 schools have chemistry laboratories, compared to 21.6% of cluster 4 schools.
Why the discrepancy?
When you come to physics laboratories, you would find cluster 1 schools, a total of 86.4% of them have biology laboratories, compared to 13.6% of cluster 4 schools. When you come to biology, you would find 93.9% of cluster 1 schools have biology laboratories, compared to 13.8% of cluster 1 schools. I am not shocked, because the results show. When you look at the KCSE results, like which students are trailing in terms of D's and E's in some of the subjects, it's cluster 4 schools. It's the school level factors contributing to the learning outcomes of these learners. They are not well resourced, and that is the cry of cluster 4 schools. And also the other dynamic, Nduh, I want to talk about retention and attendance. You would find, allow me to look at my papers because I don't want to give erroneous figures. Data should be accurate. So if you look at attendance and retention, the number of schools that has the highest teacher absenteeism is special schools.
And when we say teacher absenteeism, is that they just don't show up?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that means there are lessons that are unattended.
Okay.
You've gone to school, but you're not being taught. So look at the lens of special schools as well, and cluster 4. Special schools have the highest rate of teacher absenteeism at 14.9%. And when you look at cluster 1 school, the absenteeism rate of teachers is 5.9%. Look at the margin. When you look at unattended lessons, right? Cluster 1 schools have 2%. Cluster 4 schools have 12%. And special schools have 17%. So at the end of the day, if there's unattended lessons, if there's teacher absenteeism, what does that mean? Students are missing out on, if you are set to learn a particular topic today and the teacher didn't come, right? That means you're missing out. And at the end of the day, there's the aspect of syllabus completion. So what happens to these particular children in this kind of school? So the disparities just keep widening from facilities, and then from also the issue of learning that is not happening in the classrooms. And I think it's time we start. There's the disparities in terms of cluster 1 to 4, but through our conversations of junior schools as well, it's to bring to the fore the challenges that learners with disability are experiencing. You would find, I would say for me, it's not that they cannot acquire the competencies that are needed. It's just that the system has failed learners with disability. In terms of teachers as well, you would find, like from our data, 2 in 100 senior schools teachers are trained on special needs education. 2 in 100 teachers nationally are trained in special needs education. The biggest challenge affecting learners with disability is personnel, lack of competent personnel. Then couple that with government funding, limited government funding. There's an issue of infrastructure as well. And then lastly, there's an issue of learning materials, like the Braille and all that. So I think it's a conversation that we should bring more to the fore, the challenges affecting learners with disabilities. Because at the end of the day, honestly, we're not playing on the same level ground.
Husband, there was a presidential working party on education reforms that did a tour of the country, we assume, and there were certain things that came out as a result of that. One of the big issues was that by the time the current grade 10s started in January this year, that there would be the decategorization of schools. That was one of the things that was on the agenda. It's clear that hasn't really happened. I mean, it's gotten a different it's gotten a different name, but the formation still kind of remains the same. Grade 10s will go to grade 11 in January, and next year we'll see the final class of the 844 system go through, and it'll be done. Have we seen anything that we can say has been significant in the change that would help us say, okay, this system, its implementation is working, and what would need to happen to ensure implementation? Is it money, resources, goodwill, political goodwill?
I think it all goes with the preparation and provision of the required basic requirement, like the infrastructure that would have really helped us to roll out the competency-based education according to the recommendations of the Presidential Working Party. We do not have adequate infrastructure in all these schools, more so in cluster 3 and cluster 4. There is inadequacy. And if we use the situation as we have from the recommendations of the Presidential Working Party, it was that they were forecasting that by the time these students were going to grade 10, 11, 12, the government would have provided infrastructure into these schools so that the learning infrastructure and the materials would have been available, which has not been done to date. It has not been done. So it becomes a fallacy, it becomes a big challenge. So that is one of the things that has made us really not to achieve what the competency-based education was to achieve. And again, the issue of, we had talked about it and it keeps on coming up, the issue of clustering schools. Initially, the idea was that the schools just be considered as schools with open doors for everybody. Claudia has talked about the performance of the schools and people in cluster 1 being much more transiting to universities and cluster 4 not being affected. You also look at the level of students who graduate to go to cluster 1 vis-a-vis the level of students who will be left to go to cluster 3 and 4. That also dictates that definitely if, I'm sorry to say, that you can classify students as in the current system. We have who achieve very highly, exceeding expectation. You have those who meet expectation, those who are below expectation, approaching expectation. So you'll find that maybe those who are exceeding expectation will rush to will be readily admitted to cluster 1 and others cluster 2. So what do we expect in cluster 1 and 2? That those students in cluster 1 and 2 are already university material, whether you like it or not. And then those students in cluster 3 and 4 are confined to either be people who will transit to other levels of education, maybe tertiary institutions, or even others will be dropouts. You expect that. And that is why we have this challenge. The government has not really come out to say education is an equalizer. People with different abilities, but being given the same level playing ground to ensure that each and every person's individual ability is identified, the competencies that you have, so that we can hit at that competency and bring in a wholesome citizen who can contribute into the building the nation. Like that child who cannot maybe make it to the university, but can get a way of going maybe to the pathway that can support this child in future. I'm happy to say that maybe the government is really struggling, like in the sports, building infrastructure, like they're developing stadiums and all those kind of things. Developing stadiums is one thing, and utilizing the stadiums for the purpose for which they're supposed to be used is another thing. So how are we structured to ensure that we do not develop white elephants? So what I'm saying is, despite the fact that competency-based education is a good thing, and the original plan and even the focus, even the Presidential Working Party, was to make things work, but the implementation is below par.
I mean, Claudia,
that is where we have the challenge.
The report from the Presidential Working Party should have informed policy. You look at what stakeholders are saying, including the research that you have, one would say data is king and should help you fix the problems there are and improve in the future. All this information that we have, why are we not seeing, what would you reckon is the reason why we're not seeing intentional implementation of these changes that would just make our education work?
I would say the issue of accountability. And I'll keep saying it stops with the leadership at all levels. Because if you're accountable to your role and accountable to the children of this nation, such data that is released by Usawa Agenda and any other organization should actually ring a bell and call you to action. So for me, I feel like the gap there is the issue of accountability and not prioritizing education as a great contributor of our economy and building the lives of people now and post-education. So I think it's just calling everyone to be accountable and using data and evidence to inform decisions. When you're doing budgeting for education, for example, or allocation of resources, whether at the county level or at the national level, let that be guided by data and evidence. And then when you begin implementing, just pause after a few years or a few months and see where are we at, what is data telling us? Because we can collect data at different levels. Even the teachers in the classroom have a component of data collection that they can mark when they're marking assignments, they can see where the problem is. Is this child actually acquiring the competencies or there's a struggle there? And using that data to inform the next instruction. So data, I will keep saying, data and evidence should inform our action. And this is the data for senior school. So it's just a call to action. Indeed. Refer to this and not have blanket solutions. Right? Let's not have blanket solutions. There's a problem in senior schools. Let's now react and do X, Y, Z. Look at where intervention is most needed. And where intervention is most needed in the senior school now is in cluster 4 schools and special schools. Right. So it's just a call to action for people in the position of influence to be accountable.
A lot of these things need resources, and that we can be very clear about that when we're talking about, buffering up. And really quickly, I have to go to this, that there's some money that's retained at the ministry from capitation that's supposed to go towards development. Would we say that this is where this money should be going to? If we're looking at cluster 4s and they need some help, wouldn't that money go directly to such things?
Priority. Priority. The government should have the right priority for the use of resources. And I think even as we were having a conversation on the release of these reports by Usawa Agenda, I'm happy that Usawa commented and they said that the recommendations should not come from them, it should come from us, the consumers of these reports. And now the conversation should be, and you talked about intentional. Do we have intentional leaders who want to really apply what we are seeing, what we are consuming from our researchers? Are we ready to consume? And then the other question is, who is working with the vision of education in this republic? Who is working with it? Because if every other person wants to work with the vision that we have as we are transiting to competence-based education, then we would really say that we have the right people who are implementing the reforms that we want. So there are two things that are coming in here: being intentional, non-politicizing, and then working with the vision of the change in the education curriculum. Indeed.
If anything we will do is keep these conversations front and center until the needle moves. Thank you both for being here with us this morning. Claudia Lagat is the Assistant Program Officer Policy Engagement at the Usawa Agenda. Husband Otieno Agola is the Deputy Secretary General of the Kenya National Union of Teachers. Thank you for joining us this morning and for having this very important conversation with us that we can't stop on. And thank you for everybody who was in the Situation Room this morning. We continue again tomorrow, God willing. Have a great rest of the day. Good morning at 10 a.m.
Thank you.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is Daniel. I'm Sheila Timbor. Migori Governor Ochilo Ayako has attributed salary delays affecting workers in several counties to bureaucratic delays in approving and uploading county budgets. In an interview to a local TV station, Ayako said some counties have received their July and August allocations but cannot access the funds because their budgets are yet to be cleared by the controller of budget for uploading to Integrated Financial Management Information System.
The one for July is bouncing off through that thing that we don't control. You can see that the one for August has gone through the system. The one for July can't go. The money is sitting. The system that is faulty is not within our control. There is